The Author's POV. Chapter 181, The Castle of Azeroth, 3. With everything prepared, glancing at Scylla who was standing next to me, I pointed towards the entrance of the prison and said, "Scylla, you wait near the entrance of the prison." This was a must. The reason I asked him to do this was self-explanatory. Once the commotion started, Kevin, Scylla, and I would immediately move towards the entrance of the prison. With Scylla's enormous frame, there was a high chance he could get spotted, therefore it was better for him to just wait near the entrance so that the chances of us getting caught were lower. After all, it was very hard for Scylla to run without causing too much of a commotion. KHRR. Yes. Unaware of my thoughts, Scylla nodded his head and glanced towards the direction I pointed. Ah, right, before you go here. Just as Scylla had taken a couple of steps towards the prison entrance, recalling something, I took out a large gray fabric from my dimensional space and quickly threw it at him, who caught it with his large hands. Put it on. After I threw the fabric at Scylla, turning towards Kevin, I took out a small thin circular white object thing and threw it at him. You on the other hand put that. Confused, Kevin caught the item that I threw at him and took a good look at it. What's this? A mask. Nodding my head, taking out a similar mask, I put it on my face. Just a precaution. Yes, a precaution. Unlike the cheap mask that I had used back in the black market, this mask didn't come off as easily and it molded perfectly with the face of the person wearing it, preventing anyone from seeing the wearer's identity. Although I wasn't sure whether demons had things like cameras, I knew that they definitely had some sort of means to be able to look at what had happened during a specific period of time. Therefore, for safety precautions, it was best if everyone hide their faces. Just so that it wouldn't come back and haunt us in the future. Although I may be acting paranoid, this was a necessary precaution. Power Law 29, plan all the way to the end. I couldn't allow for any liability to affect my plans. If there was a possibility of something happening, I would thoroughly make preparations for it. Plus, if I thought about it carefully, I was essentially coming here to rob the place. What kind of robber comes to rob a place without wearing a mask? Only amateurs would do that. Makes sense. Thinking for a bit, Kevin nodded his head in agreement and put on the mask I had given him. Subsequently, as if the mask was alive, it slowly wiggled around his face and distorted his features. He looked a lot uglier now. Seeing Kevin put on the mask, turning towards Scylla, I stopped my chin and proceeded to nod my head in satisfaction. Not bad. Wearing a large gray hood, Scylla's facial features were completely hidden. Although his frame still gave away the fact that he was an orc, this was fine. The reason why he was wearing a hood and not a mask was rather simple. The mask was made for humans, not orcs, so it just wouldn't fit him. Either way, as long as they didn't catch wind of his face, it wouldn't affect the plans that I had for him. I had big plans for him, so I couldn't let anyone catch wind of his identity. I couldn't afford to lose an important piece at the beginning of the match. At least not a piece that would play a crucial part in the grand scheme of things for the future I had envisioned. Alright, this should be enough. After making sure that everyone's features were hidden, I saw Scylla off and glanced towards the two cells in the distance where the orcs were imprisoned. Pointing towards the cell where the orc with long hair was imprisoned, I looked at Kevin and said, "Kevin, you take the other one and I'll take this one." Nodding his head, Kevin looked at the other orc, the one with the mohawk, and asked, "Him right?" "Yes." "Okay." Coming to an agreement, Kevin and I quickly moved towards the cells of the two orcs. Moments after, stopping before the prison cells, without hesitation, Kevin and I easily broke the metal bars of the cells and arrived before the orcs who were bound by the large metal chains. Glancing at Kevin, who was in the cell opposite to me, I quietly whispered, "You ready?" "Yeah." Glancing at me and nodding his head, unsheathing his sword, Kevin closed his eyes as a red hue enveloped his sword. A second after, as the red hue shrouding his sword reached a certain level, Kevin proceeded to hack at the large metal chains binding the orc. Clank. A muffled sound of the chains hitting the side of the walls echoed across the prison as Kevin's sword directly cut into the chains. Fortunately, as Kevin was alert, the chains didn't produce that much sound as they hit the sides of the wall. Clank. After Kevin broke through the first chain, he proceeded to cut the next one, and after a couple of minutes, Kevin managed to break all of the chains binding the orc. Thud. Freed from the chains, the orc's frail body weakly fell towards the ground, creating a small thud which fortunately was dampened thanks to Kevin reacting in time and cushioning his fall. Sighing in relief as he helped the orc sit upright, glancing towards my direction, Kevin looked at me and whispered, I'm done. Same. Similar to Kevin, coating my sword with mana, I slowly cut the chains that were binding the orc before me. In a matter of minutes, all of the chains were broken. After breaking all of the chains, taking out the potion Kevin had given me moments prior, I glanced at Kevin and pointed towards the potion. Give him the potions. Opening the lid of the potion, I propped the orc's head up and tried to feed him the potion. Yes. Similarly, taking the potion out, nodding his head, Kevin propped up the head of the orc he was with and fed him the potion. Seeing Kevin feed the orc the potion from the corner of my eyes, a small frown appeared on my face as I tried to feed the potion to the orc before me. Here, drink this. Still in a daze and unaware of what was happening, the orc's hazy eyes looked towards the potion that was near its mouth. Perhaps because he was still out of it, despite my many attempts at feeding him the potion, the orc refused to drink the potion. I apologize in advance. Annoyed, after a couple of seconds and seeing that the orc was too out of it to drink the potion, grabbing him by the hair, I forcefully shoved the potion in his mouth as a small gagging sound escaped from his mouth. Guck. Should have done this before, couldn't afford to waste time. Although the demons weren't patrolling the prison, that didn't mean that they wouldn't occasionally come to check. The less time I wasted, the better the situation was for us. Plap. Quah. After I made sure the orc drank the whole potion, putting the empty bottle back in my dimensional space, I looked at the orc before me whose body was rapidly healing. Good. Glancing at Kevin and seeing that he was similarly done, I nodded my head in his direction as he nodded back. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Right, almost forgot. After feeding the orc the potion and just as I was about to leave, recalling something, I made my way towards the chains. Crank. Using my hands, I made sure to crush them with my hands, in a way that it looked as though someone had directly broken the chains through brute force. I needed to cover my traces. Although they would definitely find the whole situation bizarre as two orcs directly broke free at the same time, it was better to make them think that the chains had malfunctioned rather than think that it was someone's doing. Even though the demons will later find out that someone infiltrated the mansion, I would rather them not know that it was through the prison, as I still had a use for it. Glancing at Kevin, who was similarly trying to hide his traces by breaking the chains, I pointed towards the entrance and whispered. You done? Taking his hands off of the chains, Kevin nodded his head. Yeah. Good, all right, let's go. After making sure we left no traces of our presence, Kevin and I directly left and joined Silig at the entrance of the prison. Wapa dash. A minute after Kevin and I freed the orcs, an enraged roar resounded across the prison as two overbearing auras that looked B around B2B+ enshrouded the prison. What's going on? Huh. We've been breached. Feeling the enormous pressures emanating from the insides of the prison, the guards waiting at the entrance of the prison were startled. Instantly and without hesitation they all rushed towards the source of the commotion. Because of how powerful the auras were, no one stayed behind as they instantly understood that the situation was serious. The opponent was not something that just a few of them could face. They had to be together or else they would without a doubt die. Of course, as they moved they also called for reinforcement. However, at the moment with only 5 guards present, they all had to be present at the scene, or else only death would await them. This was exactly what I was aiming for when I freed the orcs. Thus, seeing that all of the guards had left, glancing at Silig and Kevin, I smiled and dashed towards the door that led towards the innards of the castle. All right, let's go. I was now one step closer to my goal. Clank. Opening the door that led to the outside of the prison, the first thing I saw was a majestic hall with paintings all over the walls and bright chandeliers hanging from the ceiling of the hall. Staring at the hall before me, I couldn't help but be reminded of a luxurious mansion owned by the nobles back in ancient times. Unfortunately, because I didn't have much time, I could only admire the scenery before me for a couple of seconds. Looking towards my left and right, I tried to make sure there was no one present. After seeing no demons present, turning around, and looking at Kevin and Silig, I pointed towards a set of stairs in the distance and said, Kevin, you and Silig go downstairs towards the bottom floor. What about you? Pausing for a second as I stared deeply into Kevin's eyes, I softly said, I have to go to another place. Frowning, Kevin asked. Then I should come with you. Glancing at Silig who was standing behind Kevin, I shook my head. I wouldn't have minded normally, but he's with you. Ah. Also realizing the problem, Kevin understood. It was Silig again. With him with us, moving and sneaking around the castle was not ideal. Therefore, it was best if the three of us split up so that I could accomplish my mission faster. Thus, thinking along those lines and looking at Kevin, I apologetically said, "Yeah, someone needs to make sure he isn't spotted. Although he is strong, what's the point of infiltrating this place if we're going to get caught immediately?" Hearing my explanation, Kevin rolled his eyes. "So in short, you want me to babysit him?" Freezing for a second, processing what he said, a bitter smile appeared on my face as I nodded my head. "In a way, yes, but it's not like I'm telling you to go downstairs for nothing. At the bottom floor there should be the treasury, and what I want you to do is scout the perimeter and tell me who is there so that when I come back we can come up with an appropriate plan." Although Silig's frame can be annoying, his strength should make up for it. It was true. Although Silig was not the best person to have when trying to sneak around, he was strong in his own right. Heck, he could very well be the strongest person in the castle present. If not for me being unsure about whether this statement was true or not, I would have just bulldozed my way in. That does make sense. Hearing my explanation, Kevin proceeded to nod his head. In a way, although Silig's frame would stop them from sneaking in, he made up for it with his strength. If push comes to shove, he could very well just kill anyone that blocked his path, ensuring Kevin's safety. Seeing that I had somehow convinced Kevin, turning around, I quickly made my way towards the stairs in the distance. "All right, I'm going now." "Sure, meet up with us after you're done with your thing." "Yup." Turning my head away from Kevin, glancing at the stairs in the distance, a faint smile appeared on my lips. It was about time I reaped the rewards of this trip. The Author's POV. Chapter 182, The Castle of Azeroth, 4. After separating from Silig and Kevin, glancing at the ring on my finger I softly said, "All right, Angelica, you can come out now." FWA. Following my voice, black smoke rose from my left finger and Angelica's figure slowly materialized before me. Opening her eyes, Angelica glanced at me and softly said, "I'm ready." Smiling, out of nowhere, I threw an orb-like object in her direction. "Here." Plaque. "Ah. What's this?" Catching the orb with her hand, Angelica tilted her head in confusion as she observed the black orb in her hand. "It's your core." Noticing Angelica's confusion, I smiled. Taking a couple of seconds to process the object in her hand, opening her eyes wide and looking at me, Angelica's voice raised a few pitches. "Ah." Seeing Angelica's reaction, raising my brow, I teased. "What? You don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll gladly take it back." No, I'll take it." Shaking her head, Angelica quickly placed the orb in her chest. Shwa. Shortly after, as if made out of water, the orb directly melted into Angelica's body. Fua. As the core melted into her body, a terrifying red hue enshrouded her body, giving her regal and majestic presence. After a couple of seconds, slowly opening her eyes and turning her attention back to me, with a skeptical look on her face, Angelica asked, "Why are you giving it to me?" Thoughtfully placing my hand on my chin, I shortly replied, "MHH, let's just say that I'm trusting you." Taken aback by my answer, Angelica didn't know how to answer. Being a demon and coming from a place where everyone would screw you over at the simplest mistake, the word trust was not something Angelica was very familiar with. There was no such thing as trust amongst demons, and so Angelica was naturally unaware of how it felt to be trusted by someone. Yet that all changed today. For the first time in her life, someone had said that they trusted her. Moreover, it was the same human that had enslaved her and made her work for him for the upcoming 5 years. It was weird and made Angelica feel odd. Although she wasn't sure how she was feeling right now, deep down, just a little part of her felt grateful. Turning her head away from me, Angelica softly muttered, "I see." Seeing her reaction, unaware of what she was thinking, I kept a simple smile on my face. Everything was a lie. Of course, that wasn't the truth. But she didn't need to know that. Taking out the orb wasn't actually that hard. All I needed to do was channel my mana towards where the orb was located and I was able to quickly pull it out. Moreover, since we've signed the mana contract, it didn't matter if I gave her the core back or not, lest she completed the 5-year deal with me, she was still bound to me. I could have already given the core to her back when we signed the contract, but I refrained from doing so. The reason was simple. I was waiting for a moment like this to happen. For the perfect chance to appeal to her and make it seem like I trusted her. On the outside, it looked as though I was trusting her and making her feel important, but in reality, I was merely trying to appeal to her so that she would let her guard down against me. Power Law 43, work on the hearts and minds of others. Just like Scylla, if I wanted her to wholeheartedly follow me, I had to appeal to her desires. In this case, the core. By adding some flowery words, I made her feel special, increasing her favorability towards me. Though I sounded manipulative and perhaps borderline psychopathic, I didn't really care. I needed to do what needed to be done. If I wanted her to fully become my piece, this was the necessary step. Like I said before, I was no hero. Sometimes, for the sake of the future, I had to do things that I would have never done before. After all, what was the point of being a saint if it only led to a future where the demon king swallowed the world? If the world wanted a hero, they had Kevin. If they desired a hero off of me, I'm sorry, but I couldn't grant them that wish. Sometimes, someone had to get their hands dirty for the sake of the greater good. Bomb. Suddenly, snapping me out of my thoughts, out of nowhere a muffled explosion rang in the distance, shaking the whole castle slightly. Glancing towards the direction of where the explosion was coming from, squinting my eyes, I instantly understood what had happened. It seems like the aftershock of the battle is reaching all the way here. I guess Angelica revealing herself once again has caused the orc chief to attack even more fiercely. He probably took it as a provocation, and hence why the aftershock of the attack reached all of the way here. That was good though. The fiercer he was, the laxer this place was. By distracting the demons inside of the castle and redirecting their attention towards the fight, it would in turn allow for Angelica and I to have an easier time when moving towards our destination. Thinking along those lines, glancing at Angelica, I said, "We should go." "Yes." Halting my steps and glancing at Angelica, I said. Angelica walked before me. The reason I asked Angelica to walk before me was self-explanatory. She was a demon, hence she could pretty much move around the castle without arousing too much suspicion. Moreover, given the current situation of the castle both externally and internally, it was safe to assume that no one would particularly pay too much close attention to us. So just having Angelica prove that she was a demon was enough to somewhat move around the castle without much trouble. Still, although Angelica being a demon helped somewhat, that didn't mean we were just brazenly moving around the castle with no care of the world. No. We still needed to be careful when moving around. If someone stopped us and questioned us, without a doubt we would get caught. Gulp. Therefore, as an extra safety precaution, I took out a gigantification potion and quickly downed it. This will be hella annoying. Feeling my body expand and become larger, I quickly changed my clothes to the ones of the orc that I had met at the entrance at the back of the castle and wore them. Although I couldn't change my skin pigmentation, it didn't really matter. Placing my fingers on my face, or more specifically the mask I was wearing, I tried my best to distort my features to look more like that of an orc. After a couple of seconds of molding, glancing at Angelica, I asked, "This should be enough, do I look like an orc?" Briefly looking at me, Angelica shook her head. "Not really. Not even a little bit. Only if you look from far. That's good enough for me." In the first place, this was merely a precaution I took in order to reduce the chances of getting caught. I wasn't actually planning on fully copying an orc, as that would take too many resources and there would be too many loops in my plans, as I did not sign a contract with a demon. Thus, as long as I looked at the part from far, it was good enough. Glancing at Angelica, I quickly urged her to move forward. "All right, let's go." Irritated, Angelica responded, "Don't rush me, human." Yeah, I guess you don't really care about reaching the Viscount rank." "Viscount rank?" "Yeah, the place we're going to has the item that you're looking for." Hearing my response as her eyes lit up, Angelica quickly moved forwards. "Let's go." Seeing Angelica's reaction, I shook my head as a smile appeared on my lips. What a child. The layout of the castle was rather simple. There were 4 floors, with the bottom floor being the place where Kevin and Scylla went. The place where the treasury was located. Other than that, there was the 2nd and 3rd floor, but honestly, there was nothing important there, as only the 1st and 4th floor were important, as they were places I wanted to go to. Currently, Angelica and I were on the 1st floor of the castle, and our goal was to reach the 4th floor. The highest and most secured area of the castle. That's where our goal was. Let's go. As we moved around the castle, fortunately, given the fact that Angelica's strength was pretty strong and that we were walking rather inconspicuously, no one questioned nor stopped us as we walked through the castle. Moreover, the fact that there was a war happening not so far from here added with the fact that the prison area was currently in chaos, the castle security was even laxer than before. Thinking along those lines, I secretly gave a pat on my back. All that planning wasn't for nothing. Infiltrating such an important place had never felt as easy as now. Even Kevin back in the original novel had a much harder time than I was having. Thus with Angelica next to me, we passed by numerous different rooms, from the dining hall, the kitchen, the armory, the magic item storage, the alchemy lab, the prison, and the kennel. Had I not been in a rush for time, I would have without a doubt spent the time admiring the place. Unfortunately, since we only had about 7 hours at our disposal, I could only ignore the scenery around me and increase my pace. Finally, after carefully walking around the castle with Angelica, we were able to reach the final destination. Marquis Azeroth's private space. Staring at the large black door before us, Angelica curiously asked, "How do we enter the place?" Glancing at Angelica, I bluntly said, "Easy, just open the door and enter." Rolling her eyes, Angelica focused her attention on the black door. "Stop joking, isn't there going to be some sort of security measure that will prevent anyone from sneaking in?" Given how important the place was, there was no way just opening the door was enough. Thus, glancing left and right, Angelica tried to see what she could do to help. She really wanted to reach Viscount rank. Seeing Angelica dismiss what I said, I was a little offended. I really wasn't joking when I said that, you know. Entering Marquis Azeroth's personal space wasn't actually that hard. Clink. Arriving before the door, putting my hand on the doorknob, I pulled back and the door slowly opened. Silence swept the surroundings as Angelica was left standing speechless. "That's it." Smugly looking at Angelica, I nodded my head. "Yeah, what do you expect?" In the first place, Marquis Azeroth rarely left his castle. Added with the fact that orcs are terrible at sneaking in and that all of the demons present were under his control, entering his private quarters wasn't really that hard. Moreover, the guards that were supposed to be guarding the room were taken by him to fight, resulting in even laxer security. Still, although entering was easy, it didn't mean that there were no safety precautions set in place by him. "Angelica, you wait here for a second." Telling Angelica to wait at the door, I quickly took a step into the room, and the first thing I saw was 2 translucent membranes that covered the front part of the room. These double membranes were specifically made to alert Marquis Azeroth of anyone who entered his office. Once someone trespassed those membranes, Marquis Azeroth would immediately be alerted of the trespassing. Honestly, the membrane was a very good way to block anyone from breaking in. However, there was just one problem, and that was that it only worked on demons and orcs. It did not take into consideration humans. Given that this world was only inhabited by demons and orcs, it was only common sense for Marquis Azeroth to set up safety precautions against the 2 races. Unfortunately, an outlier such as I was present. Thus, quickly bypassing the membrane, I entered the office. "Ah, I finally found you." Entering the office, halting my steps, and staring towards the corner of the room, a large smile appeared on my face. Would you look at that? The main ingredient used to cure the Mindbreaker curse was right before me. The Author's POV. Chapter 183, The 1-1. Passing through the membranes in front of the door, I entered the room and took a moment to look at my surroundings. The room was quite big, measuring about 50 by 50 feet. As I walked in, my nostrils instantly picked up the smell of a mixture of 2 very distinct smells, old wood, and burning hair. The room was lit by only the glow of a small, unshaded lamp found on a moderately sized oak writing desk in the middle of the room. Behind the desk stood a large window with bronze handles that led to the balcony outside where you could overlook the garden that was on the ground floor. Not bad. Glancing at the room, my eyes instantly drifted towards the balcony of the room, behind the desk, where a large potted plant stood. With its branches intersecting with one another, the sharp tips of the branches pointed towards the sky. The plant had no leaves, and hanging from a couple of branches were 4 pale green fruits that had a red hue pulsating from them. Zurin. That was the name of the fruit that hung from the plant. And also the plant that could cure the Mindbreaker curse. In fact, not only the Mindbreaker curse but most curses out there. The fruit before me had an extremely potent effect against curses, with the Mindbreaker curse being one of the curses it could cure. Therefore, although I came here primarily for curing the curse on my parents, I was also enticed by the fact that the fruit could prove useful for me in the future. Its worth was immense. Clank. Come here. Opening the balcony door, I quickly arrived before the potted plant. Touching one of the fruits with my hand, I softly muttered, "This looks pretty tasty." Admiring the fruits before me, I was almost tempted to just take one and eat it right off the bat, but I refrained from doing so. I wasn't that stupid. After admiring the fruits for a couple of seconds, I immediately placed the whole plant into my dimensional space. Staring at the now empty spot where the plant used to be, I softly muttered, "If only I could grow these fruits." Ideally, I would have loved to have grown the plant back on Earth. Unfortunately, I couldn't. Unless I could replicate the demonic environment around here, any hopes in growing the plant were basically non-existent. Moreover, it took a couple of years for the fruit to grow, so the thought of mass-producing the fruit could only be scrapped. Oh well, it's not like there won't be a chance in the future. Even if I couldn't grow the plant now, that didn't mean I couldn't find a solution in the near future. Nothing was set in stone, and knowing this, I decided to take the whole thing with me. What next? Done taking care of the plant, I looked around for a moment. Soon, a smile appeared on my face. I guess it's about time I start plundering now. Going back into the room, arriving before the desk, I quickly took anything that I thought was useful. From every nook and cranny of the room, I just took everything that seemed to contain any worth. Having spent basically everything that I had just to come here, I was now dirt poor. I also still owed Small Snake money, so if there was anything that looked remotely valuable, I just took it. As I stole, I couldn't help but think to myself, is this how thieves feel when they steal? I didn't hate this feeling. It felt exhilarating. As my thoughts paused there, my hand froze for a split second just as I was about to pick up another object. Although it is nice, I should definitely not get addicted to this feeling. Nothing good would come out of me getting addicted to stealing. Well, though I said that I continued to plunder the area freely. As I took most of the items, I also made sure to be careful when taking some of the stuff. I didn't take everything. Just because something looked valuable, it didn't mean that it contained no thorns. There were definitely items that I couldn't take, else the consequences could become disastrous. I made sure to stay away from anything that looked like an artifact or emanated strong demonic energy. There was definitely a chance that Marquis Azeroth could trace the item, and if such a thing happened, I was in for a whole world of trouble. This was even if I returned back on Earth. Although it took quite a lot of materials to travel to Earth, as portals required the usage of expensive and rare ingredients, if Marquis Azeroth was hellbent on taking revenge, which seemed likely given the fact that I was pretty much taking everything he owned, I could kiss my sorry ass goodbye. Having a blood feud with a Marquis-ranked demon when you were only E rank yourself wasn't something that I could handle. Sorry, but no thank you. Plaque. Bingo. As I was plundering, opening the drawer of the desk, my eyes were instantly drawn towards a couple of items. More specifically towards a gray metallic cube and a couple of black-looking fruits. Apart from the Zurin fruit, these items were what I was looking for. Without hesitation, I took everything. This should be everything. With everything gathered, checking every nook and cranny of the office, and making sure that I took everything that I could possibly take, I nodded my head in satisfaction. 4 hours. Glancing at my watch and seeing that I only had 4 hours left, I decided to quickly leave the place. It was about time I reunited with Kevin. It wouldn't be nice of me if I just left without leaving behind a present. Just before I left, recalling something, I placed a small black box on the wooden table. It was a small present that I wanted to give to the demons. After all, I did take quite a lot of stuff from them. It would have been impolite of me to just come and go without leaving anything in return. Hopefully it'll be appreciated. Having taken everything that I wanted, I comfortably left the room by once bypassing the 2 membranes at the entrance. Glancing at the translucent membranes at the front of the building, a chuckle involuntarily escaped from my lips. I wonder how Marquis Azeroth would react once he finds out about how I raided his whole place. Well, sadly for me, I wouldn't be able to tell, as I would be long gone. However, once Marquis Azeroth did indeed find out about what had happened, if he was still alive by the time the war ended, I could already imagine the scenery outside. Spotting Angelica warily glancing towards her surroundings to make sure that no one was coming, smiling, I casually threw an item at her. Here, catch. Plaque. Raising her hand and catching the item, Angelica skeptically looked at the item in her hand. Not even a second after glancing at the time, opening her eyes wide, Angelica's voice raised a few pitches. What's this? Wait. Seeing Angelica's shocked expression, smiling, I nodded my head in confirmation. Yeah, it's a devil fruit, a highly concentrated one at that. Elves, dwarves, and humans all shared one thing in common. They used mana. Orcs on the other hand utilized aura, and demons utilized demonic energy. As I've mentioned before, devil fruits were fruits that improved a demon's bloodline. Although ranks were what assessed someone's strength, for demons their strength was assessed from the purity of their bloodline. The greater the purity of their bloodline, the stronger they were. A devil fruit improved bloodline purity, and this was exactly why it was extremely coveted by the demon. It was a catalyst that enabled demons to drastically improve their strength. Moreover, the better the quality of the fruit, the greater the benefits. And with the fruit being one that I had taken from a Marquis-ranked demon, there was no question about the quality of it. Breaking Viscount rank with it shouldn't be difficult. Glancing one last time at the room behind me, turning my attention back to Angelica, who was looking at the fruit in her hand with shining eyes, I smiled. As I've promised, I've now held my end of the deal. See, I'm a man of my words. Staring at the fruit in her hand, Angelica closed her eyes slightly as a soft voice escaped from her lips. Thank you. Her long-cherished dream of finally reaching the Viscount rank was within an arm's reach. She had tried countless times to break through this rank to no avail, as she miserably failed each time. She had originally thought that she would still take another 5 years before breaking through, but now with the fruit in her hands, she could now be able to quickly break through to Viscount rank without a hitch. Something that she had longed for a very long time. Staring at my watch and seeing the time, my brows knit for a split second before I turned to Angelica and said, "All right, let's go back, we don't have much time to spare." Taking her eyes off of the fruit, Angelica nodded her head. Okay. Almost forgot. Just as we were about to leave, recalling something, my footsteps paused. Angelica, before we go down, I have another deal to propose to you. Tilting her head, Angelica's delicate brows knit slightly. A deal? Seeing the look of confusion on Angelica's face, a large smile appeared on my face as I softly said, "Yeah, a deal. Hey, I'm back." Walking towards the bottom floor wasn't that hard, although things have quieted down in the prison area, indicating to me that things have been sorted there. Most of the remaining demons inside of the mansion were still most likely there trying to figure out what had happened. Thus, just like before, my path was fairly unobstructed. Although there were a couple of occasions in which a demon passed by near me, with their focus being on either the war outside or the incident in the prison, I was somehow able to avoid being detected. And so thanks to that, I was able to quickly reach Kevin's location. Obviously, before reuniting with Kevin and Silig, I had asked Angelica to turn back into a ring. Her presence was something that couldn't be revealed. Turning his head and spotting me in the distance, Kevin asked, "Have you sorted out everything?" "Yup." Nodding my head and looking around the area we were in, I was soon able to spot a large metallic golden door in the distance with fine patterns covering the whole door. In the middle of the door was a small slot the size of a cube. Pointing towards the door, I asked, "So what's the situation here?" Similarly glancing at the door in the distance, Kevin had an odd look on his face. "Actually, it's surprisingly quiet here." Meaning that there are not that many demons here protecting the treasury. In fact, there's barely anyone here. Pausing and turning his attention back to me, Kevin continued, "Apart from the area that leads to the door, there's practically no demon in here. From what I've figured, the demons are confident in the door's durability, hence why they don't pay too much attention to the place." Hearing Kevin's evaluation and placing my hand on my chin, I nodded my head as I softly mumbled, "Well, I can't say I'm too surprised by this info. From what I remembered writing in the novel, the door before us was something that even Marquis Azeroth couldn't forcibly break open. Made with special metal alloys and materials, the door was practically impenetrable. Unless you had the key to the place, you practically stood no chance at breaking in. This also explained why the security here was lax. They were just that confident in the fact that no one could enter the place. Fortunately, this made things a lot easier for me. With barely any demon present, I could comfortably open the treasury without any obstructions. Plus, if a demon really did come here, glancing at Silig, who was standing upright next to Kevin, I knew that I could count on him. Thus, turning around and glancing at the door in the distance, I confidently said, "Leave the matter of breaking into the treasury to me." Weirdly looking at me, Kevin asked, "Was the reason you were missing because of the door?" Nodding my head, I didn't deny what Kevin said. Yup. Although it was only part of the reason as to why I went to Marquis Azeroth's living space, I did in fact go there with the intention of getting the key to the treasury. After all, aside from the Zurin fruit, there were a lot of other things that I wanted. Like the flute of Artemis, and a couple of other things that would drastically boost my strength. Alright, it's about time we entered the treasury. Taking out the cube-like object that I had gotten from Marquis Azeroth's living space, I calmly walked towards the large golden door and placed the cube in the small slot in the middle of the door. Cry-eye. Shortly after inserting the cube inside of the slot, the door suddenly glowed in a golden light and the metallic sound of the door opening rang across the space. Glancing at Scylla to make sure he was guarding the entrance, a smile appeared on my face as the contents that were on the other side of the door was revealed. Finally, it was time that I reaped the rewards of my trip. The Author's POV. Chapter 184, The 1-2. Fuea. As the door opened revealing what lay behind it, I knew that all of the struggles that I had gone through this past month were finally going to pay off. In a very lucrative way at that. Clank. Once the doors fully opened up revealing what was behind the large door, my footsteps halted for a second as my mouth opened up slightly. This is more than I expected. A vermilion rug ran down from the door all the way to the end of the room. Banners with golden embroidery swung gently from the side of the walls that were coated in a golden luster. Between each banner stood a large candlestick, almost all of them lit and in turn illuminating the room below them. Around the room were rows upon rows of glass-protected cabinets with all sorts of weapons and artifacts hidden behind them. Artifacts, natural treasures, weapons, and many other miscellaneous items were all stored inside the cabinets. Oh wow. Entering the room and taking a look at the place, Kevin exclaimed in disbelief. This is a lot more than I expected. The number of treasures present was beyond what Kevin had ever expected. Although he expected there to be something, he did not expect there to be so many items here. All of the stuff here could probably fetch him a hefty sum of money. Just the weapons alone were enough for anyone to drool over. Let's go, Scylla, you wait outside. Entering the treasury, the first thing I did was tell Scylla to wait outside. There were a couple of reasons as to why I kept him outside, one to guard the entrance in case demons found out we broke in, and two because there was a chance that something that detected the presence of orcs was installed in this place. Just like the living quarters of Marquis Azeroth. I couldn't afford to take any chances, therefore I just asked him to stay outside. Glancing at me, who was similarly looking at the treasury with shining eyes, Kevin asked, "How are we going to take the stuff? Should we just break all of the cabinets?" Hearing Kevin's suggestion, I shook my head in disappointment. If only that was possible. The cabinets before us were made of special materials that were extremely durable. So, even if we forcefully tried to break them open, it would probably take a long time to open each and every single cabinet present. I honestly wanted to take everything with me, but given the time left we had, I could only select a few of them to take. Unaware of my thoughts, Kevin asked, "So if we can't break them, what are we going to do?" Glancing at Kevin, I reassured him. "Don't worry, I've already thought it through. Although we can't take everything, I pretty much know which stuff is the most useful for us." In the novel, Kevin pretty much took every single item in the treasury, so I already knew what items there were and which ones were the most valuable. Therefore, without hesitation, I instantly made my way towards one of the cabinets closest to us. Alright, this should be the first one. Following me, halting his steps as he suddenly thought of something, Kevin suggested, "Wait, what if we put everything in our dimensional space and bring them back to Earth?" Hearing Kevin's suggestion, I shook my head. "I don't think we can do that." "Why?" Brushing my hair to the side, I pointed towards the bottom part of the cabinets. "Look, the cabinets are attached to the ground. We could have probably done that if we had more time, but we don't, so we can only break a select few cabinets." "Ah, fair enough." Staring at the cabinets, Kevin indeed noticed that they were directly attached to the ground, making it impossible to just put them in the dimensional space. Even if they did cut the bottom part, it would take way longer than just breaking the windows. Therefore, Kevin knew that he could only give up on the idea of bringing everything. Though disappointing, Kevin knew that he was partly responsible for this as he took too much time counting the castle. Pointing and moving before one of the cabinets in the distance, I urged Kevin to follow me. "Yeah, let's not waste any more time, and let's start our thieving spree." Speechless by my comments, Kevin wanted to refute, but realizing what I said wasn't wrong, he could only silently follow my lead. "Alright." Arriving before a certain cabinet and standing next to me, Kevin curiously asked, "This one?" Nodding my head, I placed my hand on the glass of the cabinet as I moved my face closer to get a closer look at what was behind. "Yeah, this is the first cabinet we should be opening." Glancing at the cabinet before him that had many different things on display ranging from fruits, herbs, and many other things that seemed to be naturally made, Kevin curiously asked, "Are those natural treasures?" Nodding my head, I affirmed. "Yup, natural treasures." Hearing my response, Kevin's brows knit together. Glancing at me he asked, "Natural treasure? But will they work on us?" Since this world was a plant inhabited by orcs, most of the natural treasures before us could only be consumed by the orcs, thus making them useless to us. Kevin's question was appropriate, however, just because most of them were items that were only useful for orcs, that didn't mean that there were only items that only orcs could consume. In fact, some herbs could in fact be ingested by humans. And I knew this because right in the corner of a cabinet were 3 stalks of grass that had a tint of blue. Sky grass. A natural treasure that could also be found on Earth and that both Kevin and I could consume. Upon consumption, it would in turn allow for both of us to rank up. Kevin to D rank, and me to possibly E+ rank. The reason why I directly jumped to E+ rank when I was only E- rank was because I was already close to reaching E rank. With 4 months passing since my last rank increase, I knew that it was only a matter of time before I reached E rank, therefore, with the aid of the sky grass, reaching E+ wasn't impossible. And so, staring at Kevin, I pointed towards the grass at the corner of the cabinet. Most of them won't work on us as only orcs can use them, but if you look closely over there you can see the stalks of sky grass. Spotting the sky grass in the corner of the cabinet, Kevin's eyes lit up. "Oh, I see them, what grade are they?" "Enough to help us rank up once, so I think they are fairly good, plus those 2 treasures are not my main goal, but it's the other stuff." "I see." Nodding his head and turning his attention away from the sky grass, Kevin glanced at the other natural treasures. Turning his head around and looking at me, he curiously asked, "What about the rest, is it for Silig?" Nodding my head, I didn't deny it. Yeah, I did promise him that I'll help him get stronger. This was the condition for helping us. That makes sense. Silig was indeed very helpful. Without his help entering the castle would have been a lot harder than originally planned, plus with him, an element of safety was added to their trip, so it was only appropriate that he got rewarded for it. Turning his attention back towards the cabinet, Kevin asked, "So how are we supposed to break this open?" Pointing towards the sheath of his sword, I casually said, "Just use your sword." "Just that." Shrugging my shoulders, I nodded my head. "Yeah, although the glass is durable, your strength should be enough to cut it. Although it may take some time, it should work." Taken aback, Kevin had a weird look on his face as he unsheathed his sword and channeled his mana into it. As the red hue around his sword was becoming stronger, turning his attention back to me, he asked, "Alright, whilst I do that, what will you do?" Glancing around the room, my eyes soon paused on a couple of cabinets as I responded, "I'll open the other stuff." Looking in the direction that I was looking at, Kevin nodded his head. "Okay, you do your thing, I'll call you when I'm done." "Yup, that would be ideal. Once you're done with the cabinet you're on, just take whatever you want." "Will do." "Aight, good luck." Separating from Kevin and arriving before another cabinet, my attention was instantly drawn towards a pale green flute that sat in the middle of the cabinet. A white hue shrouded the flute, making it look really impressive. "I've finally found you." The Flute of Artemis, a less than S ranked artifact. And the item that would propel Ava to a whole new level. The item was probably something that Marquis Azeroth took back when he was not on this planet. Perhaps from the dwarves, elves, or even humans. I wasn't too sure. But considering his status as a Marquis-ranked demon, it wouldn't be strange if he had been to all of these places. Although the flute was a less than S ranked artifact, it could only be used by beast tamers and thus was not very coveted, hence why it was stuck in this place to collect dust. Moreover, looking at the cracks on the side of the flute, I knew that it was currently damaged and hence why it only had the aura of a less than D ranked artifact. But that was fine. I knew of a way to fix it, and the fact that it was damaged was also not a bad thing. With the rank of the item being low, Ava could safely use it without being too overwhelmed by it, as high-ranked artifacts were not something low-ranking people could use. The reason was simple. The mana needed to activate a less than S ranked artifact was not something a less than F ranked as Ava could use, so this was perfect for her. Alright, enough time wasting. Without wasting time, shrouding my sword with mana, I quickly tried to break the cabinet open. And oh boy, it was tedious. For the next 20 minutes or so, Tracing my sword around the glass of the cabinet, I patiently channeled my mana through my sword as I tried to break it open. Crack! It was a long and laborious task, but finally, after hearing a slight cracking sound coming from the glass, I knew that I was almost there. Crash! Not long after the first crack appeared, came the second one and then the third one. Finally, after a couple of minutes, the whole glass shattered as a loud sound resounded across the place. Without hesitation, as soon as the glass shattered, I quickly grabbed the flute. Finally. Grabbing the flute and staring at it, I knew that I had finally accomplished one of my main goals in coming here. Is there anything else? Checking the cabinet, I soon found a couple of other things which I took without hesitation. Although I wasn't too sure of what they did, I still took them with me and put them in my dimensional space. I'll check them later. After I made sure that there was nothing else left, clapping my hands together, I softly mumbled. Alright, now that I have the flute, it's time I go get what I came here for. Turning around, my eyes soon paused towards a certain cabinet in the distance where a certain black book was being displayed. Without hesitation, I instantly arrived before the cabinet and repeated the same glass-breaking process. Crash! In a similar fashion to before, 20 minutes after I started breaking the glass, the sound of glass shattering rang across the place. Ignoring it, I quickly grabbed the black book from behind the glass. Yes. Staring at the book in my hand, my heart beat intensely as I flipped it around and read the skill description through my status window. D, the 1. A skill that enables the user to instill fear into the opponent's minds, resulting in them feeling like they were standing before a sovereign that overlooked everything. The skill may work on individuals who are one rank higher than them. However, if the difference between the two parties is greater than 2 ranks, the skill effect diminishes. This is the skill. Reading the skill description before my eyes, a large smile appeared on my face. Although it may not look like it, this skill was extremely strong. Even though it was only D ranked, the effects of the skill were something that made anyone want to drool over them. By instilling fear into the opponents, you were essentially gaining the upper hand in both battle and negotiations. Like I've said before, battles were 90% mentality and 10% skill. If I could have the upper hand mentally, the chances of me winning were far higher. Moreover, this skill added with my other skill, Monarch's Indifference. Smiling to myself, I couldn't help but mutter. Oh, the possibilities. Just the thought of using those two skills together sent chills down my body. They perfectly complemented each other. One skill that erases all emotions, and another that instilled fear into the opponent. The possibilities were endless. Schwa. Without a second thought, placing my hand on the book, I softly muttered. Sorry, Jean, but I'll be taking this from you. Yeah, the skill should have originally belonged to Jean. However, given that the plotline had pretty much derailed from the original and that I was now practically destroying it with me starting a war and being in Imora, I honestly didn't care anymore. Although me taking the skill would cause Jin's future self to be weaker, given his current mindset and change, perhaps he might actually be stronger. Who knows? Either way, the future that I knew was no longer there. It was about time I started becoming a bit greedier for the sake of myself. After all, I've pretty much have come to terms with the fact that I now was just as part of this world as everybody else. There was no use denying it. I was now also responsible for defeating the Demon King just as much as Kevin was. Therefore, I knew that I had to be greedier. With the plotline no longer being the same as before, it was also about time I started taking things into my own hands. Thwop. Shortly after placing my hand on the book mysteriously glowed as it soon disappeared from my hand as black particles flew in the air. Opening my eyes slightly, a satisfied smile appeared on my lips. I had finally learned a new skill. The Author's POV. Chapter 185, Return, 1. Opening my eyes slightly, 2 dull gray eyes replaced my usual clear blue eyes. Are we done? Snapping me out of my thoughts was Kevin's voice in the distance. Turning my attention back to him, my eyes soon returned to their usual blue color. Smiling, I nodded my head. Yeah, I guess it's about time we return to Earth. Plamf. Oof, this was one long month, huh? Understanding that we were about to go back to Earth, a faint smile appeared on Kevin's lips as he slumped on the ground. Recalling what had happened this past month, Kevin felt tired. From infiltrating the Orc capital to starting a war to infiltrating the most secured location in Seton. A lot happened this past month. Nodding my head, I scratched my nose as I agreed. Yeah, a very stressful one, but it's not like it wasn't without any gains. Staring at the items in his hands, Kevin nodded his head. I guess so. This trip, which was supposed to be something he had agreed to repay Ren for the 5-star sword manual, turned out to be much more fruitful than he had ever imagined. From the sky grass to a couple of other things he picked up from the treasury, it was a truly fruitful trip. Staring at Kevin slumped on the floor, recalling something, I smacked my hand with my fist. All right, I've got to go somewhere again. Opening his mouth slightly, Kevin looked at me weirdly as he rolled his eyes. Again. How many times was it now? Was this the third or the fourth time now? Ren just simply loved to disappear whenever he wanted. Kevin was not amused. Unaware of Kevin's thoughts, I seriously nodded my head. Yeah, it won't take long, by the time you set up the portal I should already be back. Waving his hand, Kevin yawned as he lazily said. All right, be quick. Smiling, turning my attention back to Silig as I left the treasury, I urged for him to follow me. Follow me, Silig. Nodding his head, Silig did as I instructed. Yes. Halting my footsteps and glancing at Kevin once again, I pointed towards Silig next to me as I raised my voice slightly. Kevin, say goodbye to Silig, you won't be seeing him for a while. Turning his head in my direction, Kevin's right brow raised. He's not coming back to Earth with us. Shaking my head I responded. Unfortunately not, I've got other plans for him. Frowning for a couple of seconds, Kevin nodded his head and waved in Silig's direction. All right, see you, Silig. For the past few days, Kevin spent quite a bit of time with Silig. Although Silig didn't speak much, Kevin had actually gotten along with him quite well these past few days. This was mostly due to the fact that Ren just kept disappearing, leaving the two together for prolonged periods of time. They were bound to get along. Thus why Kevin felt that it was a bit of a pity saying goodbye to him now, but he also understood that he might end up meeting him again in the future. As long as he was with Ren, he was bound to meet Silig again. Goodbye, human. Nodding his head, Silig's deep voice echoed across the treasury. All right, it's time to go. Finished with the goodbyes, turning around, Silig and I directly left the treasury. I still had plans for him. After separating from Kevin, Silig and I quickly returned to the prison area. Bam. Crash. As Silig and I moved closer to the prison area, we could hear the faint sound of fighting inside. From time to time the muffled sound of fighting that came from outside the castle could also be heard, but those sounds were primarily drowned by the sounds coming from the prison. Still, although it was loud, it seemed as though the fight was coming to a conclusion as the sound was becoming fainter and fainter by the minute. Stopping not so far from the entrance of the prison, I looked towards the entrance of the prison that was currently guarded by two demons. Behind them, the door that led to the prison was still open, therefore I was able to see everything that was going on inside. Clank. Clang. Wapah dash. Staring at the fight happening inside of the prison area, it looked as though the orcs seemed to be on the verge of losing as the demons around them were working together to bind them with special-looking ropes that seemed to be able to negate aura circulation. No matter how much the orcs tried to fight back, it seemed as though they were going to lose very soon. As I saw what was happening inside, a smile emerged on my lips. Perfect, I'm still not too late. Turning around and looking towards the ceiling of the hall I was in, I placed my hand on my chin as I nodded my head and softly muttered. I guess it's about time I presented the gift. Glancing at my watch, looking towards the guards fighting against the orcs at the entrance of the prison, I subsequently tapped on the screen. Boom. A massive explosion followed my tap on the watch and the castle shook. What's going on? What happened? Wapah dash. Taking advantage of the distraction that the explosion created, the two orcs that were on the verge of losing instantly become more fierce as they tried to break through their encirclement. Damn it. What the hell is happening? Wapah dash. Clank. Spurt. Looking towards the ceiling where the explosion came from, I couldn't help but mutter. Oh wow, that was one big of an explosion. When moving to the 4th floor with Angelica, I had placed all sorts of explosives around the castle. There was a specific reason as to why I did so, and currently, the explosion that happened should be coming from the 4th floor, Marquis Azeroth's office. One of the places I had placed a bomb in. Honestly, the explosion was much louder than I had expected, but this was exactly what I was aiming for. Taking advantage of the chaos and the fact that the demon's attention was back to the orcs who were rampaging even more fiercely, once again entering the prison, Silig and I directly moved deeper into the prison. Clank. Stopping before one of the cells in the depth of the prison area, breaking the chains and killing the demon that was residing in it whilst simultaneously disposing of its corpse, I looked at Silig and pointed towards the cell. Here, you stay in here. Confused, Silig asked. Here. Nodding my head, I took out a brow backpack from my dimensional space and threw it at Silig. Yeah, take this. Taking the bag, Silig became even more confused. What are these? Didn't I promise you that I'll help you get revenge? Opening the bag, Silig nodded his head. Yes. Smiling as I looked at the bag in Silig's hands, I softly said. That's the key to your revenge. I see. As he looked through the bag, Silig fell into a daze for a split second as he instantly understood my intentions. The bag he was holding was currently filled to the brim with natural treasures. All of whom were extremely rare and things that he had only seen his commanders consume back when Amora was not under the demon's control. Each and every one of the treasures could cause massive conflicts within the orcs nowadays. And they were all items that Kevin and I took from the treasury below. They were all items that should have originally belonged to the orcs, but as the demons invaded Amora they were taken away, and as Marquis Azeroth could not consume them, they were left on display in the treasury as a possible incentive for the orcs that were on their side. They were priceless. And Silig knew this. Seeing Silig's reaction, I smiled and continued. These items should be enough to help you break through to S rank in a couple of years. This should put you on the same level as the Orc Chief and Marquis Azeroth. Pausing for a second and looking in the direction of where the war was happening, I softly muttered. By the time you achieve S rank the war outside should be coming to an end. The war was going to be a long one. Wars always tended to be extremely long and this one was not an exception. With both sides currently being in a deadlock, I estimated that the war would end in a couple of years. Just around the same time Silig should be reaching S rank. This was what I was aiming for. Turning my attention back to Silig, I pointed at him and seriously said. And that is when your time will come. Once the war reaches its ending, I want you to go out and kill both Marquis Azeroth and the Orc Chief. With the war going on for several years they will both be exhausted and injured. When you come out as a newly emerged S rank no one will be able to fight against you. Pausing for a second and deeply staring at Silig, I clenched my fist and slowly said. Kill them both and become the new Orc Chief. Yes. This was the plan that I had envisioned as soon as I saw the opportunity present itself. Make Silig become the new Orc Chief. With him becoming the new Orc Chief and expanding his territory, that was the same as me expanding my forces. With Silig working under me, in the near future, I would have my very own Orc Legion that I could use in my fight with the Demon King. Just the thought of it made me involuntarily smile. Now, this was what you called an important piece. Staring at me and nodding solemnly, Silig asked. What about the two other demons residing in the other two cities, won't they interfere? Turning my attention back to Silig, I reassured. Don't worry about the other Marquis-ranked demons, they will most likely not be there. With demons not being united this wasn't surprising. As Marquis Azeroth was fighting the Orc Chief, the two other Marquis-ranked demons were most probably just enjoying the show. Although they wouldn't let Azeroth die, they still wanted to weaken him so that they could take his treasures and possessions. That's just how demons were. Greedy and opportunistic. Therefore, taking advantage of their greediness, Silig could easily sweep in and kill both Marquis Azeroth and the Orc Chief before the two other Marquis-ranked demons could have enough time to figure out the situation. I understand. Urging Silig to enter the prison and binding him with the chains which no longer worked, I continued explaining my plans. After you kill them both, take over Seton and grow your forces. With the terrain around here, you can easily regrow the crops from before and from there you should easily be able to rejuvenate the orc forces of the past. Frowning, Silig asked. Will the Marquis-ranked demons move after I take over Seton? Shaking my head, I confidently said. They won't move. Given Silig's strength and the fact that they were very far from Seton unless they waged an all-out war, they wouldn't be able to defeat Silig without risking their own life. Given the demon's selfish and preservative nature, there was a low chance of them trying to fight Silig. At most, they would try to annoy him from time to time, but unless they were confident in their strength, they wouldn't move. Glancing at Silig to make sure he understood my plan, I asked. Do you understand my plan? Nodding his head, Silig said. Yes. Good. Smiling at the fact that Scyld understood, I closed my eyes slightly as I softly muttered. I hope this somewhat makes up for what I've done. Although what I did was messed up as I started a war that will lead to a lot of demons and orcs dying, I was also giving the orcs a new chance. Near the end of the novel, Imora would disappear as the Demon King directly swallows the whole planet in order to increase his strength even more. The orcs here only had one end. Death. And so, by allowing Scyld to take over, they were essentially going to be an asset that I would use to fight against the very thing that would cause their death. Therefore, I'd like to think that this war was for the sake of their future. I knew that this was bullshit, but it was in a way helping me cope with the fact that I was changing. Had I have done this before back when I had just come into this world, I would have never imagined myself starting a war just for the sake of getting a few items. But the more I stayed in this world, the more I realized that I needed to change. I could no longer be as soft as I was before. If I wanted to stay in this world, I needed to become like the others. I needed to make decisions that I would have never done before. Still, although I said that, I made sure to set up a line that I wouldn't dare cross. As crossing that line would make me no different from the villains and the hypocritical heroes of this world. Hopefully, that situation will never happen. Recalling something and taking out a white scroll from my dimensional space, I unscrolled the scroll and pointed towards the bottom of it. Oh, before I forget, I'll give you this, and here is where you need to sign. Looking at the scroll, Scyld tilted his head in confusion. What is this? Smiling, I casually said. A demon contract. Taken aback, Scyld's voice deepened. A demon contract. Nodding my head, I explained. Yeah, back on Earth I have a demon colleague and she gave it to me. I'm sorry, but if you don't want to get caught, you have to sign this. Hopefully, he doesn't think too much into it. Although it wasn't the best excuse, I could only think of this excuse at the moment. Fortunately, it wasn't that weird for demons to ally themselves with others, so it wasn't that unbelievable. Okay. Before you decide to sign it, only sign it after I'm gone. I don't know what time measurement you use here, so sign it after you hear another explosion in the distance. Pausing slightly and staring deeply at Scyld, I repeated. By the way, I can't stress enough about the fact that you need to sign the contract. If you don't sign it, your revenge will never happen. With every orc and demon present inside the prison having signed a contract, if Scyld was the only one that didn't have it, he would without a doubt get exposed. Therefore, after convincing Angelica to hand me the contract, I immediately presented it to Scyld. It sort of acted as a protective halo that prevented demons from finding out he wasn't actually a prisoner. Furthermore, the reason why I told him to sign it later was because I didn't want Scyld to know that Angelica was with me on this planet, as once he signed the contract he would get a general idea of where she was. Him thinking that Angelica was not here was a must. I couldn't let him link everything that had happened to him to me. That aside, convincing Angelica wasn't actually that hard since this deal was quite advantageous for her. Once Scyld broke through to S rank, with her soul being linked to his, she too would get a massive boost in power. Although the downside was that she would die if Scyld died too, she also knew that this was the best chance she could get to breaking even higher up. Therefore, after I explained to her my plan, she immediately agreed. Thus, looking at Scyld, who was remaining quiet, I asked. Have you understood? Staring at me, after a short pause, Scyld said. Understood. Smiling, I turned around and prepared myself to return back to Earth. Turning around and glancing at Scyld one last time, I said. Good, I will see you again in a couple of years. Hopefully when I see you again you'll show me something surprising. Bounded by the chains with the bag filled with treasures hidden in the corner of the prison, Scyld's deep voice rang across the prison cell. If this really does help me achieve revenge, I will swear loyalty towards you. Smiling at Scyld, I happily said. Then I wish you success. I didn't take his words to heart. Although orcs were creatures that were true to their words, I wasn't someone that would just believe in someone's words. I needed reassurances. Hence why I made him sign a pact with Angelica. With Angelica under my control, no matter what he did, he would still be within my control. Although this would only last for 5 years, as Angelica was only under me for that period of time, I wasn't worried. I had already made preparations for it. Everything should still be within my control. The Author's POV. Chapter 186, Return, 2. You sorted everything out? Yeah. Returning back to the treasury, I stared at the portal that stood before Kevin. Just like the first time I saw it, the black portal in front of Kevin emitted fine undulations of magic resulting in a whirlpool of different colors circling around the portal. Hurry, up, the portal is ready, let's go back to Earth. Alright, I'm coming. Having achieved my goal in coming here, and having sorted Silig's situation, I knew that it was about time we returned back to Earth. Glancing at the walls of the castle, I could hear the faint sounds of fighting coming from both the insides and the outsides of the castle. The insides coming from the orcs in the prison, and the outside coming from the war that was happening in Amora. Although I would have loved to watch the war that was happening, I knew that it wasn't the time. The war was merely a means to achieve my goals. Perhaps once I returned to Amora in the future to see how Silig was doing, I could see another war with the 2 other Marquis-ranked demons, but that was for another time. Staring at me, who was slowly walking towards the portal, Kevin impatiently said, "You going?" Keeping the portal open actually took quite a toll on his body. The more Rin delayed, the bigger the toll his body faced. He was understandably getting annoyed. "Yup, coming, hold on a sec." And as I also understood this, I hurried up my footsteps and prepared myself to enter the portal. Wait. However, right before stepping into the portal, recalling something and glancing at my watch, I quickly tapped on it. Boom. 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 Shortly after, explosions rang all over the castle as the whole structure shook. Startled, Kevin looked at me in shock as he exclaimed, "Ren, what are you doing?" Glancing at Kevin, I said in a matter-of-fact tone, I'm just hiding our traces. Like I said before, I didn't want anyone to find out that we've infiltrated the building through the back entrance, therefore, I installed explosives everywhere. This way, once they investigated, chances of them finding Silig were ever lower. Although once he signed a contract, the chances of him getting discovered were already low, with this, his chances of being discovered were going to be even lower, allowing him to gain strength without too much trouble. I admit that my plan was not the most perfect one, as there were a couple of more loopholes in my plan that could expose Silig. However, given that the demons were currently in the middle of a war, he shouldn't be able to get exposed for now. Which was good enough for me, and so I could more or less now be satisfied with the outcome. Opening his mouth, Kevin wanted to say a lot of things, but given that this was a building that housed demons, he shut his mouth. Why should he care if the demons suffered? In fact, he wanted nothing more for them to burn in hell. I see, anyhow, hurry up, I can't hold on for too long. Taking one last look at the treasury before me, shaking my head, I stepped into the portal. It was really a pity that I couldn't loot everything. FWA. As I stepped into the portal, just like before, the world around me turned dark and I lost all of my senses. It was about time I returned back to Earth. FWA. PAMF. Gah, fuck. Passing through the portal, the first thing I felt when I felt my senses return was something heavy landing on my back. Turning around, I found Kevin's body slumped on top of me. "Can you get off?" Opening his eyes slightly and seeing the position he was in, Kevin scratched the back of his head and embarrassingly said, "Sorry, opening the portal took a lot of energy." Trying to stand up, I instantly felt my back go numb as I glared at Kevin. Usually, he wouldn't have passed out like this, but given the fact that he used most of his energy keeping the portal open, Kevin found himself passing out for a bit. "Gah, my god, are you some kind of whale?" "Sorry." Holding onto my back, my face scrunched up from the pain as I sat up straight. Just when I was about to scratch my cheek, I suddenly found my hand smacking me on my cheek. Smack. The hell? Cursing out loud, I suddenly remembered that the gravity here was 3 times lighter than that of Amora's, resulting in me suddenly slapping my face because my every movement was now lighter. PFFTT. As I was caressing my cheek due to the pain, I suddenly heard the faint sound of laughter coming from my left-hand side. Turning around, I soon spotted Kevin covering his mouth as his cheeks puffed up. Gritting my teeth, I glared at Kevin. "You think this is funny?" Shaking his head, Kevin tried to refuse, but the trembling of his body immediately sold him out. PFFTT. No. I see. I'll remember this. Finally, after hearing my statement, Kevin couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing as he held onto his stomach. PFTTT, ha 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 ha, I can't believe you slapped your own face, you should have seen the look on your face. Smiling, but not smiling at the same time, I nodded my head as I imprinted Kevin's laughing image inside of my mind. Okay, keep laughing. Just keep in mind that I will remember this moment. Oh, Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. Had you known you messed with your own creator, you wouldn't be laughing, would ya? Very well, I will definitely remember this moment. Sigh. Carefully standing up, I slowly made my way towards my sofa and slumped on it. Sighing out loud, I softly mumbled. Ah, talk about a great return. The first thing that happened when I returned to Earth was having Kevin fall on top of my back and me slapping myself. Just great. Huh. As I was slumped on the sofa, frowning, I suddenly noticed something weird happening inside of my body. Closing my eyes to understand what it was, my eyes soon lit up. Kevin, quick, give me the sky grass. Wiping a tear from the corner of his eyes, suddenly sensing something and noticing the solemnness in my voice, Kevin sobered up and asked. Ah. The sky grass. Nodding I extended my hand and urgently said. Yup, I'm about to rank up. Oh, here. Hearing that I was about to rank up, without hesitation, taking out a stalk of sky grass from his dimensional space, Kevin quickly handed it to me. Thanks. Without hesitation, I took the sky grass from his hands and placed it in my mouth, not caring for the least about how I looked. I could feel it. I was on the verge of breaking through to E rank. Honestly, I had expected this to happen in another month, but given that I had spent a month in Amora where the gravity was 3 times that of Earth, every moment I spent there was like training. It came as to no surprise as to why I was now on the verge of breaking through as soon as I came to Earth. Staring at me who was about to rank up, Kevin asked. Should I go? Suppressing my rank, I looked at Kevin and nodded my head. Yeah. I needed to be fully focused when I was ranking, as any distraction could prove to be extremely detrimental. With Kevin understanding this, he naturally proposed to leave so that I wouldn't get distracted. Naturally, I didn't refuse his intentions. Staring at me solemnly, Kevin nodded his head and proceeded to make his way out of the room. All right, I'll see you at the academy. Yeah, see you. Once again waving goodbye to me, Kevin directly left my room, leaving me alone. Clank. Schwa. As soon as Kevin left, a white hue shrouded my body as veins bulged out of my body. KHH. This is more painful than I expected. Chewing on the sky grass, I slowly felt my body burn up due to how potent the effects of the grass were. Honestly, using the sky grass was a bit of a waste, as it could help still work on higher ranks, but I needed to get stronger faster. Moreover, there were many other opportunities out there for me to find a similar herb like the sky grass. Therefore, persevering through the pain, I kept on chewing on the grass that was in my mouth. Ha, ha, ha. Panting heavily, I kept on chewing as the pain on my body intensified with every chew of the grass. Multiple times I wanted to stop chewing, but gritting my teeth and enduring the pain, I kept on chewing. Saliva slowly dripped down from my mouth. Fua. Finally, after an unknown period of time, the white hue around my body shrouded the whole room as I suddenly felt my body become a lot stronger and sturdier. Just like my previous experiences, all of my senses sharpened as everything around me became more clear. Staring at my muscles for a couple of seconds, I opened my status window and checked out my stats. Status . Name, Rendover. Rank, E+. Strength, E+. Agility, E. Stamina, E+. Intelligence, E+. Mana capacity, E. Luck, D. Charm, F. Profession. Swordsmanship, LVL. 3. The degree of understanding of the sword has evolved to the next level. User will find it easier to understand concepts that were previously harder to understand. Martial Manual. Keiki Style, Greater Realm of Mastery. Sword art created by Grandmaster Toshimoto Keiki. A 5-star module that focused primarily on reaching the apex of swordsmanship and speed. Upon mastery, the sword art becomes so fast that before an opponent could even think about their next move, their heads would already be rolling on the ground. Ring of Vindication, Minor Realm of Mastery. Highly advanced sword art that creates a perfect ring of defense around the user. Upon mastery, the ring can create a 3-dimensional sphere that protects the user from all sides. Because of the lack of offensive capabilities, the manual was graded 3 stars. Drifting Steps, Greater Realm of Mastery. Movement art that progresses with each step. With every step taken, user speed will increase. Unless user stops, speed will continuously increase until the user either runs out of mana or due to injury. Skills. G. Monarch's Indifference. A skill that enables users to erase all emotions, and act as a supreme monarch that only calculates the best option regardless of circumstance. D. The One. A skill that enables the user to instill fear into the opponent's minds, resulting in them feeling like they were standing before a sovereign that overlooked everything. The skill may work on individuals who are one rank higher than them. However, if the difference between the two parties is greater than 2 ranks, the skill effect diminishes. Yes, I ranked up twice. Staring at my status screen, a large smile appeared on my face as I noticed my rank go from E- rank all the way to E+ rank. A 2 rank increase. This was a phenomenal boost in my strength as I was now caught up with Jean. Aside from Kevin, I was pretty much the strongest first year in the academy alongside Jean. In fact, since I knew Jean like the back of my hand, I was probably stronger than him. My charm. As I was rejoicing about my rank increase, staring at my charm, I suddenly noticed that it also ranked up. Not once but twice. With my mouth trembling, I suddenly found small tear trace down from my cheek all the way down to my chin as I closed my eyes and secretly thanked the gods. Thou shalt reward the diligent. After months of constant cut blocks, I was finally rewarded for my diligence. My 1 curse stat finally improved. I honestly wasn't sure whether to be happier about my rank increase or my charm increase. What a tough decision. That aside. Monday, 16:37. Glancing at my watch and staring at the time and date, I knew that the day was not over. Squinting my eyes as my demeanor became incomparably serious, interlocking my fingers together, I softly mumbled. It is about time I resolved something that has been plaguing me since coming here. It was about time I dealt with Matthew and cured my parents. The Author's POV. Chapter 187, When Everything Comes Crashing Down, 1. Wah. Pudding. Sitting on the red sofa in my parents' house, I watched as Nola happily played with Pudding, aka Angelica, in the living room. A peaceful and relaxed smile appeared on my face. For the past month, I had to be on constant alert as I was in a completely new planet where dangers lied everywhere. From infiltrating Good Kodra to infiltrating Seton and assassinating the young chief. Not a moment that I spent in Amora did I relax or let my guard down. Honestly, this relaxing atmosphere where I didn't have to worry about someone attacking me or had to be on constant alert was a nice change of pace. I really needed this. Calm down, Nola, you're going to scare the cat if you do that. Sitting next to me, my mother placed her hand on her cheek as a troubled look appeared on her face. Staring at me, who was peacefully lying down on the sofa, she tapped my shoulder and worriedly said, "Ren, do something about this, I don't want Nola to get hurt." Glancing at my mom, I reassured her. "Nah, it's fine, Pudding is a very docile cat." "Is that so?" Waving it off, I further reassured her that everything was fine. "Yeah, she's a very gentle one. She won't hurt a fly." "Well, if you say so." Trusting my words, my mother finally calmed down. Honestly, when my parents saw Angelica for the first time, they were surprised. The reaction I got from my mom rendered me speechless. She immediately hugged me and apologized to me by saying things like, "For you to go all the way and buy a cat, you must have been lonely. Come here, Mama will comfort you. I'm sorry for not being with you all the times." Yeah. My speechless reaction was understandable. This would have never have happened if Angelica remained as a ring, but tired of being a ring, Angelica transformed into her usual cat form. I guess she disliked always being on my finger, but who was I to bash her for it? Had I been in her position, I probably would have felt the same way. Either way, her being in her cat form was ideal. Especially since I needed for her to stay with my parents for a bit whilst I took care of the trash. Someone had to protect them whilst I was gone after all. Sitting on the floor of the living room, turning her head in my direction, Angelica spoke to me inside of my mind. "Human, get this monkey away from me." Hearing Angelica's voice inside of my head, I shook my head as an odd look appeared on my face. "Stop pretending, I know that you've fallen for the charms of little Nola." Staring at Nola happily petting Angelica with her small hands, I knew that Angelica had fallen for her charms. If she disliked it so much, she could have simply moved away, but she didn't, as she just laid on the ground with Nola caressing her back constantly. Moreover, whilst Nola was caressing her, Angelica's ears were perked upright, indicating that she liked it. Feigning ignorance, Angelica angrily said, "What are you talking about, human?" Raising my brow and looking at Angelica, I shook my head disappointedly. Then why are you letting her pet you? She may have been able to fool someone else, but not me. Since she had previously told me she disliked being treated like a cat, why would just be so docile in front of Nola? Just because she was a child? No, that was not it. She had fallen. Slightly flustered, Angelica turned her head sideways and said, because she is a child. Hearing her response, I smirked at her. Sure, what about all of the children outside that wanted to pet you? On the way here, there were many children Nola's age that wanted to caress her, but Angelica outright refused them as she just ignored them or moved away. There was no way that excuse would work on me. Pausing for a second and realizing that she couldn't refute as I was indeed right, Angelica glared at me. Shut up, human. Crossing my legs, I shook my head and clicked my tongue. TSK, you tsundere. Tsundur? What is that? Who knows? Feigning ignorance, I proceeded to look at my watch. Hey human, what does tsundur mean? Answer me. Whatever she said, I just ignored it. Better not let her know what it means or I'll get a massive headache. Either way, after I managed to rank up, I immediately headed towards my parents' house to get rid of the curse. The less time I wasted, the better. Every single second that my parents had the curse was a second more that they were in danger. Although it was a Monday and tomorrow was a school day, if I headed back in the morning, I should only miss the first lecture with Donna being the professor in charge. Although I might get scolded a bit, with my current relationship with Donna, I would at most just be scolded. After all, this was far more important. Why would I care about being scolded? Standing up and heading towards the kitchen area, I looked at my mom and asked, Mom, would you like some tea? Scrolling through her phone, hearing my call, and raising her head, my mom covered her mouth as she asked, Oh, sweetie, you're going to make some tea? Yeah. Nodding my head, I stared at my father who was sitting at the living room table busy looking through some files. He had glaring dark circles beneath his eyes which were evident signs of the fact that he was currently being overworked. Secretly clenching my fists behind my back, I smiled and said, Yeah, I'll make one for Dad that too. Smiling brightly, my mother nodded her head. What a sweetheart, of course, I would love some tea. Then some tea you shall get. Oh dear, I truly have the most handsome and wonderful son. Indeed. Hearing my mother's comments, I couldn't agree more. With my charm now having risen to F rank, if before I could topple countries, I could now topple continents. What she said was very understandable and factual. Kevin who? Making my way towards the kitchen, Nola suddenly ran up to me as she exclaimed. Nola too. Nola wants tea. Staring at Nola, I shook my head. Sorry Nola, but you can't. Looking up to me as a hurt look appeared on her face, Nola clasped her hands together as she weakly said, Why can't Nola have tea? Looking at Nola's crystal eyes that seemed to burst at any moment, I felt a slight pang inside of my heart as I kneeled down on the floor and stood at eye level with her. Wiping the tears that were about to fall from her cheeks, I explained. Nola, you can't have the tea because it is very bitter, just like coffee, you don't like bitter, right? Shaking her head, Nola said. Coffee blurg. No like bitter. Good, how about this, I'll give you a cup of hot cocoa instead, does that sound good? Hearing my proposition, Nola instantly brightened up as she repeatedly nodded her head. Great. Seeing that Nola had calmed down, standing up I patted her in the head resulting in her letting out a small giggle. Hee. Smiling, I headed to the kitchen and proceeded to look around the kitchen for the tools needed to make the tea. If I don't remember wrong, the stuff should be here. Taking out the tea equipment, I quickly boiled the water in the kettle and took out the tea leaves from the top cupboard. Waiting for the water to boil, sneakily taking 2 out of the 4 Zurin fruits in my possession, I took a deep breath. Hopefully, this works. Although I knew that the fruits would without a doubt cure my parents of the curse, I was still quite nervous. There was this voice inside of my mind that kept asking what ifs, resulting in me becoming nervous. However, this only lasted for a brief moment as I was able to quickly calm down. There was no point in being nervous. Being nervous was not going to solve anything. It was an unnecessary emotion that only further added to my anxiety and prevented me from thinking rationally. I needed to learn to always remain composed at all times. Just like in this case, even if the cure doesn't work, panicking was not going to solve anything. I needed to remain cool-headed at all times regardless of the situation. Bwig Bruda. Look at Pudding. Yes, Nola. As I was making the tea, snapping me out of my thoughts was Nola's voice that came all the way from the living room. Look. Look. Look at Pudding. Staring at Nola from the kitchen, my eyes drifted towards the direction she was pointing at, and I soon spotted Angelica in her cat form wearing black sunglasses with a pink tiara on top of her head. PFFTT. Caught off guard, I almost laughed out loud as my body trembled uncontrollably. Staring at Angelica's unamused face that seemed as though she wanted to bury herself in the ground, I had to forcefully bite my tongue to try to prevent myself from laughing out loud. It was only after a couple of minutes that I was somewhat able to calm myself down. Weakly looking away from Angelica, who was glaring daggers at me, I secretly did a thumbs up. She looks fantastic, Nola. Smiling widely, Nola clapped her little hands together. Yeah. Human, do you want me to gauge your eyes out? I'm good. Shaking my head, I proceeded to make my way back to the kitchen as I tried to hold my laughter back. In the end, even a borderline Viscount-ranked demon fell for Nola's charms. Ding. As I was still waiting for the water to boil, feeling my pocket vibrate, staring at the caller ID, I quickly picked up the call and answered in a low voice so that my parents wouldn't hear. Small Snake, is everything ready? After a short pause, Small Snake's voice echoed from the speaker of the phone. Yes, we are outside the establishment of the target. Frowning slightly, I proceeded to nod my head. Have you got your eyes on the target? What is he doing? The target is currently resting after having attended a banquet with his father. They are currently staying inside of Hotel Della Morca in Avenue Street XXX. Is his father with him? No, he is currently staying in a separate room of the establishment. Whilst playing with the Zurin fruit in my hand, I bit my lips for a couple of seconds before I nodded my head. Good, I'll be there shortly. Report anything to me if you see the target escaping. Okay. Clack. Hanging up the phone, my face became incomparably solemn. Staring at the tea before me that was turning murkier and murkier by the minute, I knew that once my parents ingested it and the curse was broken, Matthew would quickly be made aware of what had happened. The reason he would notice it was because as soon as the curse was removed, the demon Matthew was contracted with would suffer an intense backlash, resulting in him becoming heavily injured. And so without a doubt, the demon would directly go to Matthew to find out what was going on. Meaning that it was the perfect time for me to strike. Kill both Matthew and the demon behind him in one fell swoop. This was the plan. Currently, Small Snake and Leopold were surveilling the building Matthew was on, and so I would instantly be notified if anything happened or if Matthew tried to escape. I had made these arrangements prior to coming to Amora, as I knew this would have happened. The quicker I dealt with them, the higher the chances of me succeeding. Ooh. Taking a deep breath and placing the 2 teacups on the tray, I then proceeded to cut the 2 Zurin fruits open and squeeze the juices into the tea. Shui. After making sure I squeezed all the juices from the fruits, placing the used-up fruits back in my dimensional space, with a smile on my face I proceeded to make my way towards my parents. Tea's ready. The Author's POV. Chapter 188, When Everything Comes Crashing Down, 2. By Ren, see you later. By Buddha. Bye. Smiling as I waved at my parents and Nola, who were waving back at me as they stood at the front of the house, I turned around and made my way towards the entrance of the compound. As I turned around, the smile that was on my face faded away. Taking out my phone, I dialed Small Snake's number. Ring. Ring. A couple of seconds after I dialed Small Snake's number, answering the call, Small Snake's voice traveled through the speakers of the phone. Hello, Ren. Are you coming? Walking towards the exit of my parents' compound, I cut straight to the chase. Small Snake, make sure you alert me if anything happens during the time that I am traveling to the destination. I'll be there in 30 minutes. Understood. Pausing for a second, frowning slightly, I asked. By the way, how much did you spend? For the information gathering. Yeah, the information gathering. I had previously asked Small Snake to gather as much information as he could get for the upcoming operation. I didn't specify the budget, and therefore I was unaware of much money was spent. The amount of money that I used to gather all of the information that you had asked totals around a couple of million USSS. Hearing the sum of money that was spent on information gathering, I couldn't help let out a small hiss. That was a lot more money than I had expected, but in all honesty, it was necessary. From past experiences, I knew that information was key. Therefore, to thoroughly crush Matthew, I had to gather as much information as possible. From his past, habits, and everything that was known about him, I had to know everything. Although I knew a bit about Matthew from the previous run, I still didn't know everything about him. To know everything about him, I had to dig a lot. Hence the large sum of money spent. However, as I said before, it was worth it. Thanks to the information, I've learned a lot of new things about Matthew. They were extremely helpful in helping me get a better idea of who I was dealing with. With the information, I've also learned about his whereabouts of today a month prior to this day. This helped me thoroughly plan for today's upcoming operation. Hotel de la Morca. That was where Matthew was staying today. Holding onto my phone with my shoulder, I tapped on my watch and looked through the information Small Snake sent me with regards to the hotel. Apparently, the hotel was a very prestigious hotel that housed celebrities and highly ranked heroes. The building was worth over $1 billion and was considered as one of the most luxurious hotel places in the whole of Ashton City. It had 88 floors, and each room cost an astronomical amount of money. Naturally, because of its fame and prestige, the security was pretty tight with many guards and security measures installed in the place. Fortunately, as I had invested my money wisely and have learned of this place from Small Snake, I managed to book a room in the hotel a month back. One that was close to Matthew's. This time I didn't need to infiltrate. Needless to say, I've also had Small Snake thoroughly analyze the hotel as well. From there I managed to learn how many security guards and staff worked in that place, who their strongest individual was, the layout of the building, and so on. I made sure to know everything. This was so that nothing could go wrong. Only by having a solid idea of who I was dealing with and what environment I was in that I could thoroughly be able to crush my enemy. Although it was expensive, money was merely a number that could be grown later. At the moment my priority was getting rid of one of my enemies. Thoroughly at that. Hey, Ren, can you hear me? Huh, yes. I can hear you. Snapping me out of my thoughts, was Small Snake's voice as he asked. Good, I wanted to ask, from the way that you've been speaking for a while, it seems to me that Matthew isn't your only target. Is there perhaps someone else we should be looking out for? Without hesitation, I confirmed. Yes, there is. Do you have any idea of who she is? Any info on them? Hearing Small Snake's question, I shook my head. Unfortunately not. Regarding the demon that Matthew was contracted with, I wasn't sure of what rank she was, however, I was fairly certain that it was at most Viscount rank. From what I have gathered after thoroughly investigating Matthew thanks to Small Snake, I was able to find out that Matthew's talent was in fact A rank. This was excellent. This sort of talent could definitely attract Count-ranked demons, however, the reason why I was sure it wasn't a Count-ranked demon he had made a contract with was because a Count-ranked demon would have never have coveted my parents' guild. That sort of play couldn't be something that a Count-ranked demon would do as they were usually members of the main clan and were extremely proud. Knowing this, I knew that they wouldn't stoop to the level of manipulating humans to gather resources for them. I could be wrong and this could be an elaborate setup by the demons, but the chances of such a thing happening were low. Either way, it didn't really matter. Right now, whoever the demon backing Matthew was she had no other choice but to give up on the notion of being able to battle me. With the curse having been forcefully broken, the extent of her injuries were severe. Extremely severe. Knowing this information, I was somewhat reassured about the whole operation. Of course, I did in fact have backup plans in case things went south, but I highly doubted that I would be forced to go to that extent. But you never know, there was a chance for everything, and I naturally had to make countermeasures for those events if the possibility ever presented itself. Thinking along those lines, I softly said to Small Snake as I switched the topic. Make sure you report to me if you see anything suspicious. If something does happen, just report it to me and do not do anything else. Are we clear? Hearing my voice, Small Snake reassured. Yes, I'll make sure to inform Leopold about it. Small Snake, I can't stress enough the do not part. Please don't do something stupid, understood? Understood. With Small Snake agreeing, I could rest assured. Good, I'll see you soon. Okay. Clank. Ooh. Exhaling as I ended the call and put my phone back into my pocket, I looked at the darkening sky in the distance and raised my hand. Taxi. Screech. A short moment after I called out for the taxi, a white car stopped before the road I was on. Clank. Opening the door of the car, I quickly got in and thanked the driver for stopping. Thank you. Although I could have used a simple app to get a taxi to come to me, I was old school and so I preferred getting taxis this way. Lifting his head up, the driver looked at his rearview mirror and asked, "Where to?" Without hesitation, I glanced at my phone text and casually responded, "Hotel Della Morca in Avenue Street XXX. Understood." Nodding his head, the driver didn't ask any questions and directly pressed the gas pedal as the car slowly drifted towards the distance. I guess this is it. Leaning back and sitting comfortably on the seat of the car, I looked at the window and stared at the ever-changing scenery before me. Today was the day I washed away the previous Ren's regrets. Spurt. Gah. Huff, huff. Panting heavily, with his elbow on a small glass tea table that only reached the height of an adult's knees, a handsome youth gagged as droplets of sweat kept pouring down from his body. How did it happen? Everything was going perfectly fine for him for the past few months. From almost bringing Galxicus to their knees to receiving awards after awards and helping his father's company, Matthew's life was sailing as smoothly as a newly sewn sail that operated with perfect winds. Everything was just perfect. However, all good things must come to an end as out of nowhere Matthew found his body flung all the way to the other side of the room, crashing onto the side of the wall. Weakly wiping away a drop of blood that was dripping from the corner of his mouth, turning around, a black humanoid creature appeared not so far from where Matthew was as the glass of the building he was on was completely shattered. Standing on top of the glass, the black humanoid creature's eyes were dyed in a deep crimson color as endless bloodlust exuded from his body. As he stood there with his bare feet on top of the glass, the demon's eyes were fixated on Matthew, who was on the ground panting heavily. Weakly pointing at Matthew with his skinny black hand, the demon, which was in fact the demon that Matthew contracted with, glared at him and shouted, "You useless insect." As he spoke, his croaky voice, which made it seem as if though it was about to break at any minute, drifted around the room. Noticing the demon's presence, flustered, Matthew spoke. "Viscount Avalon. What happened?" Ignoring Matthew as his skinny hand pointed towards him, Viscount Avalon once again angrily shouted, "You insignificant insect, it's all because of you. What have you done?" Taken aback, Matthew was slightly flustered as he raised his hands and said, What? I have no idea what you are talking about." "The curse. I am talking about the curse on the people that you told me to curse." "What about the curse?" "It's gone." Opening his eyes wide, Matthew exclaimed. "What?" The curse he had placed on Ren's parents was gone. How was this possible? Wasn't the curse supposed to have no cure? What could have possibly have happened? How is that possible? Didn't you tell me that the curse was incurable?" "It was, at least on Earth." Deeply staring at Matthew, who was sprawled on the ground, Viscount Avalon understood that Matthew was indeed telling truth about the matter. However, that did not mean that he would spare him. "It seems that you really don't know, but it does not matter. Had he never have cursed those two people, he would have never have faced such a huge setback. Regardless of who did it, someone had to pay, and Matthew was his current victim. Usually killing a contractee would lead to a backlash, however, this only applied if the terms in the demon contract were fulfilled. However, in this case, with the curse having been broken, the chances of Matthew succeeding in the takeover of Galxicus were now lower, albeit by not much. This was enough for Viscount Avalon to use as an excuse to get rid of him, as it was an indirect breach of contract. Knowing this, staring at Viscount Avalon, who had just raised his hand and was just about to stab him, Matthew moved backward with both his arms and legs and pleaded. "Wait, no, think about this rationally. This had nothing to do with me. Don't kill me until I've achieved my goal that you've promised me. You can kiss your goal goodbye, now die." Spurt. Just as Viscount Avalon was about to attack Matthew, his body suddenly froze as a black hand directly pierced through his body and black blood spilled all over the ground. PFTTT. Spitting out even more black blood from his mouth, Viscount Avalon could barely muster any energy as he weakly muttered, "Who?" Slowly and weakly turning his head around to see who had attacked him, Viscount Avalon soon spotted a black humanoid creature with two horns on his head and a large twisted smile on his face. With an amused smile, the demon chuckled. "Coo coo coo, peekaboo." The Author's POV. Chapter 189, When Everything Comes Crashing Down, 3. Spurt. Coo, 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 peekaboo. Peeking from the side of Viscount Avalon's face, a demon with a twisted smile on his face appeared. Black blood spilled on the ground as Viscount Avalon found himself unable to move. Casually looking at Viscount Avalon next to him, Everblood teased. Am I intruding? KH how? Spurt. Smiling widely as he looked at Viscount Avalon's shocked face, Everblood retrieved his hand back as a black orb that pulsated a black hue appeared in his hand. If one took a closer look at the black orb, as it rested in Everblood's hands, it slowly lost its hue as threads of demonic energy were steadily moving towards Everblood's body. PFFF. Why you? Staring at the orb before him, Everblood licked his lips as he muttered. Well, with this I should be able to rank up. The orb that was in Everblood's hands was Viscount Avalon's demon core. Aside from devil fruits and regular training, there was another way demons could use to increase their strength. And that was through the consumption of demon cores. By consuming a higher-ranked demon's core, demons could improve their bloodlines and thus raise their strength. However, this was a taboo practice amongst the demons as it was equivalent to cannibalism. If a demon was ever caught killing another demon for the sake of their core, they would immediately be hunted down by the other demons and regarded as traitors. If such practice was allowed, then most demons would kill each other, threatening their population as a whole. But Everblood didn't care. His goals had changed. No longer did he care for the demons, no longer did he care about what they thought of him or what their plans were. His only goal at the moment was one person and one person only. Unless that person tasted true despair, Everblood would stop at nothing regardless of his means to achieve his goal. He had gone rogue. KH. Dully looking at Everblood as he laid on the floor motionless, with the last remaining energy he could muster, Viscount Avalon opened his mouth as he tried to say something. PHFFF. Unfortunately, the only thing that came out as soon as he opened his mouth was black blood as it spilled all over the ground. Turning his attention away from the core in his hand, Everblood leaned his ear closer towards Viscount Avalon's mouth. HM. You have something to say. Last words perhaps. Struggling with all his might as his body rapidly shrank, Viscount Avalon muttered. W high. Standing up, Everblood smiled. Why? Well, you are after all the demon that has placed the curse on the dear parents of someone who I hold very dear to my heart. How could I not follow you when I noticed that something happened to you? With Viscount Avalon being the one that placed a curse on Ren's parents, Everblood naturally paid close attention to him, borderline stalked him. And as soon as he was alerted about the fact that something had gone wrong with Viscount Avalon, Everblood dropped everything that he was doing as he followed him around. Although he wasn't aware of what was happening, how could he possibly let go of the opportunity before him? Noticing Viscount Avalon's erratic aura, Everblood knew that following him would bring him a precious opportunity. And he was right. With the demon core in his hand, he was now one step away from reaching the Viscount rank. Staring at Marquis Avalon, whose life force was quickly getting drained by the second, playing with the said core in his hand, Everblood's tone became serious. You laid your hands on something that you should have never have touched. Had you not touched them, you would have never been in this situation dash. Ka dash. Cutting Everblood mid-sentence, Viscount Avalon's body suddenly spasmed as his eyes suddenly became white. Letting out a pained scream, Viscount Avalon's body suddenly froze as he took one last big desperate breath of air. Coo. He had died. Staring at Viscount Avalon's dead body and then proceeding to look back at the core in his hand, covering his mouth as his body trembled, Everblood chuckled. Coo, 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 what a delightful opportunity that you have presented me, Ren. Although he wasn't fully aware of what had happened, Everblood had a faint feeling that Ren was the one responsible for this mess. After all, he was the only one that could be aware of his parents' curse. Who else aside from him could be responsible for this? With him being a polite demon, he naturally had to thank him. Just thinking along those lines made him uncontrollably laugh. What a truly delightful gift. Cuckoo, ha 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 ha. Rustle. As he was laughing, hearing a rustling sound coming from the corner of the room, Everblood turned his head towards the direction of where the sound was coming from, and his eyes soon paused on the figure of a youth in the distance. With disheveled hair and a panicked face, Matthew pointed towards Everblood as he flusteredly shouted. Why you, who are you? Staring at Matthew in the distance, putting the core away, the smile on Everblood's face deepened. Raising both of his hands in the air, Everblood casually said. Ah, you must be young Matthew. I've been wanting to meet you since a long time ago. I apologize for my tardiness. Taken aback, Matthew pointed towards himself. Me? How do you know me? Smiling, Everblood tilted his head. But of course I know you, after all, we share a common acquaintance. How could I not know you? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Matthew muttered. Are you perhaps referring to Ren? It wasn't hard for Matthew to be able to infer who the common acquaintance Everblood was referring to. After all, he had managed to overhear Everblood speaking his name from where he was. Even if he didn't mention his name, Matthew would have figured it out from all of the clues that Everblood left behind as he talked, like how he mentioned his parents and how he shouldn't have touched them. Staring at Matthew, Everblood laughed. Haha, it seems like you aren't that stupid. Staring at Viscount Avalon's corpse beneath him, Everblood pointed at it and asked. How about you leave this old fogey and sign a contract with me, eh? Taken aback, Matthew weakly asked. A contract, with you? Smiling, Everblood tempted, well, how about it? Don't you want to take revenge on the person responsible for all of this? Revenge? Yeah, take revenge on the one that caused you to fall this low. If you work with me, I'll show you the grandest of spectacles, what do you think? Revenge on Ren? Yes. Now that he thought about it, none of this would have happened if not for Ren. Had Ren not found a way to cure his parents, he would have still comfortably been relaxing in the hotel room enjoying his new life. Yet, now, because of what happened, he had lost everything. With Viscount Avalon dead and his contract now gone, Matthew knew that he would soon find his body slowly rot as a consequence. With Viscount Avalon forcefully making him digest pills and feeding him devil fruits that contained demonic energy, Matthew knew that he could no longer live as a regular human like before. Without the contract, he would be a fugitive and be forced to hide like a rat. He could no longer live the life that he was living right now. He didn't want this. Everything that he worked so hard for just got ruined because of one man. Gnashing his teeth, Matthew hatefully muttered. Ren. Seeing Matthew's current state of mind, Everblood smiled. You've got to make this quick, by now someone must have noticed that something was wrong, after all, this idiot here came straight through the window. Staring at Everblood with red eyes, Matthew slowly muttered. Okay, I agree. Hearing Matthew's response, smiling widely, Everblood clapped his hands lightly. Congratulations, Matthew, a lot of fun will await us in the future. Just as Everblood was about to hand Matthew a contract, sensing something, he looked in the direction of the door with pity as his body slowly melted with the environment. Fua. Ah, it seems like someone is coming. Bang. Not long after, with a large bang, an elderly man urgently walked into the room as he frantically looked for Matthew. Matthew. What's happening? I heard the sound of glass breaking. I've talked to the hotel security and they will be here in 5 minutes. Looking towards the direction of the door, Matthew soon exclaimed. Dad. Glancing around the room, a look of shock appeared on Matthew's father's face as his eyes remained fixed on the black humanoid creature that was on the floor. What's going on here? What is a demon doing on the floor? Did you kill it? Calmly staring at his father as his eyes flashed, Matthew smiled as he nodded. Yes, I did. Opening his eyes wide, Matthew's father exclaimed. You killed a demon. That's my son. Taking out his phone and turning around, Matthew's father quickly tried to dial a number as he moved frantically around the room. Where is my phone? I've got to call the media, the press, and everybody. I have to let them know that my son killed a demon. Our guild's fame will skyrocket and so will Matt PFFFFF. Spurt. Just as he was about to make a call, out of nowhere, red blood spilled on the ground as Matthew's father opened his eyes wide. Weakly turning his head to the side, the phone in his hand dropped as he dumbfoundedly muttered. Matthew. Spurt. Smiling, Matthew pulled his hand away from his father's body as blood splattered all over the floor. Caressing his father's head, Matthew gently laid him down on the ground as he softly said. Sorry, Dad, I really wanted to stay with you a bit longer but I really had no choice. With his eyes wide open, Matthew's father, Bernard Bartley and guild master of a gold-graded guild, C-ranked hero, looked at his son in shock as he weakly muttered. Why? Hearing his father's question, the smile on Matthew's face disappeared as his face twisted savagely. Why, you ask? Did you just ask me why? Looking towards the ceiling, Matthew laughed out loud as he proceeded to look back at his father. Ha ha ha, how pathetic. To think that you don't even know your own wrongdoings. Do you think I wouldn't know why Mom killed herself? Pausing for a second, Matthew grabbed his father by the collar as he shouted. You think I wouldn't know? Weakly looking at his son who was shouting at him maniacally, Bernard weakly muttered. KHH, what are you talking about? Glaring at him, Matthew's voice raised a few pitches. Don't feign ignorance with me. She killed herself because of you. Mom killed herself because of you. Ever since young you've done nothing but instill your ideals to me, countless times you've beaten me and Mom, yet, I never fought back. Why? Because Mom was with me, my young self was somehow able to get through your harsh beatings and scoldings, but, you killed her. Because of you I was forced to betray the ones that I held dear to my heart just so that I could kill you in the most pathetic and humiliating way. Grabbing his father by both collars once again and dragging his father's face towards his, Matthew shouted as spit flew everywhere. How dare you? You are the cause of everything. This is because of you and your stupid pride. I am the monster that you have created. I am your sin. I am the creature that your greed and pride has created. I am the reason for your death. Staring at Matthew, who had lost all sense of reason, Bernard weakly muttered. I'm sorry, Matthew. Seeing the state of his son, Bernard could only apologize. Listening to what his son was saying, he knew that everything was his fault. He knew that this was a result of his greed. Although Matthew may have not noticed, a year after his wife's suicide, Bernard realized how lonely it was at the top. He missed his wife's cooked meals. He missed her beautiful smile that she would direct to him despite how harsh he was on her. He missed her. It was only after a year that he realized his mistake and he broke down. He realized how much of a scum he was. He tried to make amends for it. Although he knew that what he did would never make amends for what he had done, he at least wanted to treat Matthew better. He stopped forcing his ideals on Matthew and stopped beating him and scolding him like he used to before. He tried to shower him with as many gifts as possible. But before he knew it, Matthew changed. Matthew became more obedient and more excellent. He started excelling in everything, and naturally, Bernard was extremely proud. Without realizing it, he had changed into his ideal version of what he wanted Matthew to be. He thought that Matthew had finally accepted him and forgiven him for his sins. However, as he lay on the cold floor staring at Matthew, who was glaring daggers at him with pure hatred written on his face, Bernard knew that he had been wrong this whole time. With every breath he took, Bernard could feel his consciousness slowly becoming fainter and fainter. As he slowly found his life draining away from his body, Bernard knew that he was merely paying for his sin. This was the price he had to pay for being too greedy. As Bernard's consciousness was on the verge of extinguishing, taking one last look at Matthew, he worded with his mouth, "I'm sorry and I love you." Shortly after, his heart stopped as his body rested on a massive pool of blood. Ooh. Feeling his father's heart stopping, letting go of him, Matthew exhaled. Nodding his head, Matthew gently caressed his father's cheeks as he softly said, "Yeah, I'm sorry too. I'm sorry for the fact that I couldn't have made you suffer more." Spurt. Slashing his hand upwards, Bernard's head detached from his body as Matthew stood up and spat. "Rot in hell, you bastard." Clap. 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 Sitting on the red sofa of the room, with his legs crossed, Everblood continuously clapped his hands as an amused look appeared on his face. Coo, even though I wanted to leave, how could I possibly leave when I am being presented with such a beautiful display of raw emotions? I liked it very much. Bravo. Closing his eyes, Matthew extended his hand in Everblood's direction and exhaled. "Hugh, give it to me." Raising his brows, Everblood teased. "Oh my, someone is hasty." Glancing towards the door, Matthew frowned. "Didn't you say that hotel security was coming?" They are coming, but before they arrive someone else will be coming." Staring at Everblood in confusion, Matthew asked. "Someone else?" Smiling widely, Everblood nodded his head. "Yeah, a dear friend of ours at that." Realizing what Everblood was hinting at, Matthew asked, "Could you be talking about?" Smiling, neither agreeing nor denying, Everblood stared at the door in the distance as his figure once again melted with the background of the room. Before he disappeared, his voice traveled into Matthew's ears. "Our dear guest is going to be here in a minute. We shouldn't be leaving without leaving behind a gift for him, no." Staring at the corpses on the floor, Matthew smiled. "Yeah." The Author's POV. Chapter 190, When Everything Comes Crashing Down, 4. Ding. As the doors of the elevator opened up, revealing a quiet hall where a red rug ran all the way down towards the other end of the hall, I stepped out of the elevator and turned right. I didn't have much time. Right when I entered the elevator, I got a message from Small Snake informing me of something happening on Matthew's floor. Therefore, knowing this, I knew I had a time frame of 5 minutes to operate before the security guards from the hotel arrived before Matthew's room. Currently, as I was walking down the corridor that led to Matthew's room, I was neither running nor looking anxious. I was also not wearing a mask to hide my identity despite the fact that cameras were installed in the halls. The reason for this was simple. I had booked a room on this floor. There was no need for me to sneak in or cover up my identity with a mask. I had a solid alibi. The plan was to pretend to pass by Matthew's room and suddenly enter the room with the excuse of hearing that someone was in distress. Once I entered the room and found Matthew and the demon he was contracted with, I would kill them both, and once the security guards from the hotel came, I would pin the blame on the demon for killing Matthew, as both parties fought with their life on the line and killed each other. With demonic energy lingering amongst both parties and the fact that the demon Matthew was contracted with was noticeably injured, my excuse would easily be bought. Moreover, with the fact that I was still 16 years old and publicly my rank was still F rank, I wouldn't be linked to this case. Although I would be taken into question as a result of this incident, that was as far as they could legally go, as I would make sure to leave no trace of what I had done behind. In addition to that, even if I used the keiki style, no one would link it back to me, as no one knew that I practiced that sword art. I had everything thoroughly planned. I was in control. Clank. Arriving before the door of Matthew's room, glancing at the cameras of the building from the corner of my eyes, I pretended to be extremely surprised as I moved towards the door and slowly opened it. As I opened the door and took a step in, my body froze. What the? Staring at the room before me, the sight that I had expected to see was nowhere in sight as black blood dyed the white carpet of the room floor. In the corner of the room stood a black corpse that had shrunk significantly. The demon. Dead? What was going on? How was the demon that was supposed to be under contract with Matthew already dead? Confused and looking up, my sight instantly paused towards a certain individual who was standing before the edge of the room where the large glass window of the room used to stand. Looking towards my direction as a peaceful smile appeared on his face, Matthew greeted me. "It's been a while, Ren." Frowning, my eyes grew cold. "Matthew, was this your doing?" Still smiling, Matthew shrugged his shoulders. I'm not too sure myself, it all feels like a blur if I have to be honest." In one moment I was relaxing in my room when suddenly Viscount Avalon, the demon I was contracted with, came into my room saying things like, "The curse has been broken, what have you done," and blah, blah, blah. Staring at Matthew, who was standing at the edge of the apartment, ignoring what he was saying, I placed my hand on the sheath of my sword as a white hue shrouded my body. I was charging up to use the third movement. Void Step. I had to end this quickly. There was no need to waste time with useless monologues. I was here to kill him, and kill him I shall. Prior to entering the room, I had thought that everything would have gone as I had planned, but never in my wildest dreams did I expect such a scene to greet me. The demon was dead whilst Matthew was still alive. Just what had happened? Gritting my teeth, I removed all unnecessary thoughts that were circulating inside of my mind as I prepared to kill Matthew right here and now. Right now my priority was to quickly kill Matthew and set up the scenario that I had previously envisioned. That was my priority. Seeing the white hue shrouding my body, raising his hands upwards, Matthew smiled as he took a step back towards the nothingness that stood behind the window. Opening my eyes wide, I shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Winking at me, Matthew's body soon leaned backward as he fell back first towards the ground. Right before his body fell, Matthew's mouth worded, "I'll see you soon, Ren." Swoosh. Blankly staring at the area Matthew used to be standing, quickly regaining myself from the stupor, I immediately rushed towards the edge of the apartment and looked down towards the outside of the window. Did Matthew just kill himself? No. This could not happen. The cameras already knew that I had entered the room, therefore if they managed to identify that Matthew had killed himself after I had entered the room, things would become extremely troublesome for me. As I looked towards the bottom floor from where I was standing, to my shock, I couldn't find any trace of Matthew. Nothing. Bang. Just as I was staring towards the bottom of the building to see if Matthew's body was anywhere near in sight, suddenly, a large sound came from the front of the apartment as 5 huge bodyguards came into the room and glared at me. With an overbearing pressure emanating from each of the guards' bodies, they shouted, "Security, whoever you are, surrender now." Staring at the guards before me, covering my face with my hand, I clenched my teeth and cursed out loud. Fuck. I've been had. Tap. 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 Sitting inside of a white room with a large black mirror by the side of the wall, I tapped on the large metallic table before me. Currently, my face was incomparably dark as I inwardly beat myself up. Everything had gone to shit. The plan that I had thought was perfect failed miserably, and I was currently being confined inside of a remote facility owned by the central government awaiting questioning. Outside of the building, reporters were flocking the area asking for questions. News of what had happened at the hotel quickly made headlines as my face was all over the news. To make matters worse, the fact that I was the only one in the room with the corpse of a demon did not go unnoticed. Rumors about the fact that I had apparently killed or aided in the killing of a Viscount-ranked demon spread throughout the whole of Ashton City. To make matters worse, Matthew, who had disappeared the following night, showed up and endlessly praised me for saving his life by saying things like, "Had it not been for him, I would have never been able to escape. He is the one that killed the demon. I saw it firsthand." Bang. Damn it. Punching the metal table before me, I couldn't help but curse out loud. I've been had good. Just when I thought that everything was going to go as I had envisioned, I suddenly found everything crashing down on me. All because of one element that I did not take into account. Clenching my jaw, I angrily spat under my breath. Everblood. I already had my suspicions before with the Angelica accident, but I now knew that Everblood was the one responsible for this accident and everything that had happened before. If before I was only half certain, I was now sure. With Angelica and the demon that Matthew was contracted with out of the picture, the only one that could be responsible for all of this was Everblood. There could be no one else. Even if he hid it from me and refused to show himself, I was sure it was him. There was no way it was anyone else. It could only be him. To make matters worse, although Small Snake and Leopold were keeping an eye on everything, they would have never been able to spot him. He was a Baron-ranked demon after all. With his cloaking technique, unless someone who was of a similar rank was present, no one would have been able to see him. Especially since Small Snake was weak and Leopold was only D-ranked. Clank. Snapping me out of my thoughts, a fairly beautiful lady wearing a formal suit with a gray skirt and black leggings walked into the room. Wearing a pair of squared glasses and with her hair tied in a bun, the lady calmly walked towards the seat opposite to me and sat down. Taking out a tablet, the lady quickly scrolled through it and proceeded to look at me. Fixing her glasses, she introduced herself. "Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Dover. My name is Irene Benoit, an executive agent and the person in charge of questioning you. Do you have any questions?" Nodding my head, I asked. "Do I have the right to remain silent?" Raising her brow, Irene nodded her head. "Yes, you do." "Okay." Staring at me from beneath her glasses, looking back at her tablet, Irene nodded her head and proceeded to say, "All right, let's start with the interview." Pausing for a second as she recalled something, Irene's tone became incomparably serious as she said, "Before we start the interview, I would like to strictly warn you, if there is any falsehood in your answers, you will immediately be charged with perjury. My abilities allow me to instantly understand if someone is telling the truth or if they are lying, therefore, if you choose to answer, you better answer with the truth and the truth only, understood?" Nodding my head, I curtly replied, "Yes." "Okay, please state your name." I did not respond. Since I had the right to remain silent, I rightfully refused to speak. Especially since I had a lot of things to hide. "Please state your name." Seeing that I did not respond, Irene lifted her glasses up with her finger as she repeated. Once again I did not respond. "Okay." Nodding her head and understanding that I was not responding, Irene tapped on her tablet and proceeded to ask even more questions. "When were you born? According to the data, your talent rank seems to be D, is that correct? According to the data, it seems that your current rank is F+, is that correct? Did you participate in the killing of the demon inside of the room?" Indifferently staring at her, I did not respond again. With me using the cure to directly cure my parents, I naturally played a role in his death. If I said no, Irene would immediately be able to tell that I was lying. "Why were you at that hotel?" Following that, Irene continued asking me questions to which I didn't respond. Given the fact that her abilities could detect between lies and truths, I knew that the less I talked the better it was for me. "Thank you very much, Mr. Dover." After going through all of the questions, despite me not answering, Irene stood up and made her way towards the door. Glancing at me, she urged me to follow her. "Mr. Dover, I would like for you to follow me." Frowning, I asked, "Where are we going?" With her back facing my direction, Irene said, We're going to test your rank and your talent. Opening my eyes slightly, I carefully asked. Do I have the right to refuse? Shaking her head, Irene opened the door of the room and calmly walked out. I followed after her as she said, No, you do not, as this is information which will be used for your case, and so, because of this, you have no right to refuse. Hearing her explanation, I proceeded to nod my head as my face became incomparably dark. Understood. Following Irene out of the room, I clenched my fist tightly as I cursed inwardly. Shit. Everything I tried so hard to hide was soon going to be exposed to the world. Apart from the cakey style, my talent and my rank were soon going to be made known to the world, and the relatively peaceful life that I had been enjoying was no longer going to be the same. Ooh. Taking a deep breath as I closed my eyes, I tried to retain my composure as I slowly followed Irene towards a large room filled with strange equipment. As I stepped into the room, I knew that from this day forth, I could no longer operate as I did before. From this day forth, my name would quickly spread throughout the whole human domain as my talent and strength would be laid bare before the world. I knew that there was no longer a chance to be passive anymore. The Author's POV. Chapter 191, Exposed, 1. D. Alright, you can remove your hand. Indifferently staring at a blue orb before me, I removed my hand from it as Irene looked at the tablet in her hand with a small frown on her face. With each passing second, the frown on her face deepened as an odd and confused look appeared on her delicate face. Lifting her glasses up with her finger, she softly muttered, Odd. After a couple of seconds, alternating her eyes between the orb and me, she once again asked me to place my hand on the orb. Please put your hand on the orb again. Okay. Heeding her command, once again placing my hand on the orb, I inwardly clicked my tongue as thought to myself. TSK, how useless. The orb before me was called the Talent Assessment Orb. A dwarven artifact that measured the talent of an individual. Although the relationship between the humans and the three races wasn't the most ideal, trades between them still happened, as dwarves required a lot of resources to develop their artifacts. The Talent Assessment Orb was an orb that the dwarves had created and developed with the goal of assessing an individual's talent. By measuring the general structure of the body from the veins to muscle fibers as well as mana proficiency and mana affinity, the orb was able to determine the talent limit of a person. In general, the test was fairly accurate, with more than 99.98% of cases reaching their dictated talent limit. For the 0.02% of cases where the artifact was inaccurate, generally, it was only by a margin of error of 1 rank. Meaning that if the orb dictated that someone's talent was D rank, there was a 0.02% chance that their talent could be C. However, such occurrences were rare. Furthermore, aside from that, there really haven't been any cases where the artifact was wrong by a large margin. At least as of yet. Once again staring at her tablet and then proceeding to look at the orb that was beneath the palm of my hand, Irene muttered. Is the device perhaps malfunctioning? Typically, once someone placed their hand on the talent assessment orb, the orb would immediately change color depicting their talent limit. Yellow, G. Green, F. Orange, E. Red, D. Blue, C. Purple, B. Gray, A. White, S. Pink, SS. Black, SSS. Those were the different colors that the orb would display upon someone touching it. However, as she looked at the orb that I was currently touching, she couldn't see any changes in color as the orb did not light up. Was the artifact perhaps malfunctioning? Though extremely rare, such cases were not unheard of. Placing her finger on her ear where her earpiece was, Irene softly muttered. Sir, we've got a situation. It seems like the talent assessment orb is malfunctioning. Yes, it seems to be that way. I haven't tested it myself, but the looks of things it really seems to be broken since everything else is working fine. Understood, yes. Staring at Irene, who was obviously speaking to a higher-up, I tried to eavesdrop on their conversation. Since the conversation was related to me, it was only natural that I was curious. Unfortunately, as the earpiece was stuck in her ear, I couldn't hear what she was talking about and thus could only give up. Either way, although I wasn't able to properly listen to their conversation, from what I've gathered it seems as though they wanted to replace the talent assessment orb. Realizing this, I shook my head. Unfortunately for them, the results were going to be the same. With me having consumed the seed of limit, the artifact was no longer capable of assessing my talent as it was beyond its scale. Therefore, why the orb wasn't reacting to my touch? Clank. The efficiency of the central government was high. After Irene took the call, not long after, a man wearing a black suit came in holding onto another similar-looking orb to the one that was before me. Replacing the old one with the new one, the man did not stay for long as he nodded his head in Irene's direction and directly left. Seeing that the orb was once again set up, Irene once again took out her tablet and instructed. "Okay, place your hand again." Smiling, I moved and placed my hand on the orb. "Sure." Again the orb did not light up. "What?" Seeing the orb not light up again, Irene directly moved towards the orb and placed her hand on it. This time she wanted to test it herself. Previously she had not done this because she genuinely thought that the orb was broken. However, seeing a similar reaction from the second orb, Irene knew that something was up. Fua. And she was right. As soon as she placed her hand on the orb, it quickly turned yellow, indicating to me that her talent limit was G rank. Staring at the yellow color being displayed on the orb, lifting her head and looking at me, she asked, "Are you human?" Hearing her comment, my mouth twitched. "I think I am." "Then why is this not working? Is your body allergic to the orb or something?" "How should I know?" What kind of logic was this? Allergic to the orb? Just what was going on through her head? Looking at me with a complicated look on her face, Irene turned around and moved towards a secluded area of the room as she said, "Give me a second." All right. Sigh. Nodding my head, another sigh escaped from my mouth as I stared at the orb before me. At this point, we were just wasting time. Regardless of what they were going to try, they were never going to be able to measure my limit. This was what the seed of limit did. Unfortunately, I could not say this out loud, resulting in this situation. After talking to her higher-ups and coming up with a conclusion, returning towards where I was standing, Irene calmly pointed towards the right side of the room. "All right, Mr. Dover, it seems like we will leave that test aside for now. For now, we will now measure your rank." "Good. It seems like they have given up on my talent assessment for now." "Okay." Nodding my head and turning my attention towards where Irene was pointing at, I soon spotted a large metallic capsule that stood upright. Next to the capsule was a black monitor that was facing away from the capsule with different numbers and data displayed on it. Seeing the machine, a bitter smile appeared on my face. Although I had never seen it in real life, I instantly knew what that machine did. Measure someone's rank. Yes. The machine before me was a machine that measured someone's rank. Although I was unsure about the technicalities of the machine, I knew that it could measure someone's rank extremely accurately with an extremely small margin of error. Regardless of how much someone tried to hide or suppress their rank, it would not go unnoticed by the machine. Calmly walking towards the capsule and standing next to it, extending her hand, Irene said, "Okay, now please enter the capsule." "Understood." Nodding my head as an extended sigh escaped from my mouth, I calmly walked towards the large capsule in the distance and entered it. Unlike before with my talent assessment, I knew that I couldn't dodge this one. I knew that my E+ rank would soon be exposed. And from there, although they wouldn't be able to know what my talent was, they could more or less make a guess, as a 16-year-old E+ rank was almost unheard of. Clank. A couple of seconds after the doors of the capsule closed, I suddenly felt a weird tingling sensation around my body as my mana instinctively channeled around my body, and a white hue exuded from my body. Although the sensation I was feeling was not annoying, it was still uncomfortable, therefore I wished for it to end sooner. D. Fortunately, my prayers were quickly answered, as not long after, the tingling sensation stopped and the capsule opened and steam rose everywhere. Exiting the capsule, as the steam died down, the first thing I saw was Irene's shocked face. Seeing the shock displayed on Irene's face, turning around and looking in the direction of where she was looking, a bitter smile on my face as I saw the large E+ displayed on the screen. Yep. There was no going back. Since this was a public case and a fairly high-profiled one, the test results would soon become public for the whole world to see. And once that happened, I knew that I could no longer operate as I did before. Thinking along those lines, turning my attention back to Irene, who was looking through her tablet, I irritably asked, "Am I free to go?" Snapping Irene out of her thoughts was my annoyed voice as she looked at me in shock. Nodding her head, she stepped to the side and said, "Yes, you may leave. We have taken all of your answers and have also finished with the testing. You are free to go. We will soon send you an email detailing the follow-up of our investigation. Thank you for cooperating with us." MHM. Hearing her explanation, I nodded my head and quickly made my way towards the exit of the room. I honestly did not listen to what she had said. My mind was currently racing as I started thinking of the future that lay ahead of me. Given the circumstances, I knew it was about time that I stopped hiding. Staring at Ren's figure leaving the hall, tapping on the earpiece in her ear, Irene softly said, "Sir, the results came out. The student's rank has been determined to be E+ rank." Seconds after Irene spoke, a deep voice filled with authority echoed in her ear. According to the reports, the student's talent should be assessed as D rank. No. But given his E+ rank, that does not seem possible. Looking at her tablet and scrolling through the profile of the youth named Rendover, Irene calmly nodded her head and responded, "Yes, I also understand that his talent cannot be D rank. However, even after switching the artifact with a new one, the orb doesn't light up." Pausing for a second as her brows knit together in a frown, she asked, "What should I write in the report?" S rank with the possibility of it being higher. Hearing the response, Irene became slightly flustered. SS class potential with the possibility of it being higher. We were talking about S class here. This was a 1 in 100,000 kind of talent. Moreover, from the way her boss spoke, it seems like there was a possibility of his rank being even higher than that. How absurd was that? Yes, put that. Forcefully trying to calm herself down, Irene worriedly asked, "Is that really okay? If the results turned out to be false, the whole of the central government would become the laughingstock of the human domain. After all, everyone that had the potential of reaching S rank was regarded as a prodigy. If it turned out that his talent was in fact not S rank, countless resources and time would be wasted nurturing someone that in the end would not achieve what was determined of him. This would naturally create dissatisfaction amongst the general public, resulting in the reputation of the central government would drop." In Irene's opinion, this assessment was too hasty. They needed to quickly think of other ways to assess his talent. Hearing the worry in Irene's voice, the person she was talking to reassured as he calmly explained, "Yes, do not worry. I'm fairly certain about my assessment." How? Simple really, if you think about it logically. According to historical records, reaching E rank at the age of 16 is an indication of someone having a talent above a rank. For him to be E+ at 16 years of age, it can be quite safe to assume that his talent rank is around S if not more. As she was listening to her boss speak, placing her hand on her chin, Irene suddenly realized that what he was saying was in fact true. According to all historical data, all of the youth that reached such rank at that age were indeed people that had an extremely high talent. The reason was simple. The closer someone was to their talent limit, the slower their progress. The greater their talent was, the faster their training. Therefore, although the talent assessment orb was unable to measure his rank, if you thought about it from this perspective, his talent did indeed seem to be around S rank. Thinking along those lines, Irene closed her eyes and nodded her head. "I see, I understand. All right, I will do as you say." "Good, inform me if you find anything else regarding that student. He has piqued my attention." "Yes, understood." Tack. Turning off her earpiece and taking out her glasses, Irene pinched the middle of her brows as she muttered, "Just what kind of monster have we discovered?" Unaware of what was happening in the room Irene was in, walking out of the room, after moving across a couple of corridors, I took the elevator and directly headed towards the lobby of the building. From what I've been informed, my parents were waiting for me in the lobby of the building. Because this was only a questioning as I wasn't arrested, I was pretty much free to go after they asked me a couple of questions and measured my rank. Unfortunately, because of the incident, I pretty much lost a day and therefore skipped a day of lectures. Knowing this, I knew that I had to hurry back to the academy. At the moment my current plan was to meet up with my parents before going back home to pick up Angelica and quickly returning back to the academy. Just thinking of the scolding I would get from Donna caused me headaches. Ding. HM. Who's that? Exiting the elevator, my footsteps soon halted for a second as I spotted my parents chatting with a tall beauty in the distance. Squinting my eyes to get a better look at who they were talking to, recognizing the identity of the female, I exclaimed, "Miss Longburn. Talk about the devil. What in the world was she doing here?" The Author's POV. Chapter 192, Exposed, 2. Miss Longburn. Wearing a loosely fit white t-shirt that was tucked beneath her blue jeans, I spotted Donna leisurely conversing with my parents in the distance. Hearing my exclamation and turning around, Donna raised her brow as the edge of her lips faintly curved upwards. Ah, it seems like Ren is done with the questioning. Before I had any time to realize what was going on, I suddenly found my mother jumping in my direction as she embraced me tightly. My baby Ren. Oof. Pounced by her, I almost lost all the air inside of my lungs as the wind was knocked out of me and took a couple of steps back. Recovering slightly, I couldn't help but think to myself. Seriously, was my mother really F-ranked? It felt as if I was rammed by an elephant. Obviously, I kept those thoughts to myself as I didn't have a death wish. Although my mother was usually very nice, once she was angry she was scarier than anything that I had ever seen. Never mind Everblood. Not even the Demon King could rival my mother when she was angry. Recalling the last time I saw her angry sent shivers down my spine. The only thought I had at that time was to run as far away from there as possible. I saw death itself staring at me. After embracing me for a solid couple of seconds, detaching herself from me, my mother instantly patted my body completely as worriedly asked. Are you hurt anywhere? Are you okay? Did anybody hurt you? What happened to you? Under her barrage of questions, shaking my head I patted my arms as I calmly responded. I'm okay. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. Are you really okay? Yup, never been better. Actually, that was a lie. Although nothing happened to me during the accident, my arm was still not fully recovered from what had happened back in Amora. In fact, unless I consumed an advanced potion I'd probably not be able to fully recover the sensation in my arm. Problem was, given the price that advanced potions went for, recovering my arm would still take a long time as I currently could not afford it. Although I had encountered a lot of fruitful opportunities in Amora, I still had to be careful when selling the stuff that I got as it could arouse some suspicions amongst the demons. After all, I did fuck over a Marcus-ranked demon. Although extremely low, there could be a chance that one of the items that I had sold was recognized by one of the demons, alerting Marquis Azeroth of the fact that the possible thief was staying on Earth. Actually, thinking about Marquis Azeroth, was he doing well? I bet that right now he took more damage from me stealing all of his stuff than from fighting against the Orc Chief. Thinking along those lines, a small chuckle escaped from my lips. Either way, my mom didn't need to know that. Therefore, looking around I calmly tried to divert the topic. Where is Nola? Nola is at the daycare. Daycare? What about Pudding? Pudding is at home. Because we were in a rush we weren't able to bring her with us. Nodding my head, I glanced towards Donna in the distance and asked. I see, so what's going on here? Turning her head and similarly staring at Donna in the distance who was talking to her husband, Ren's dad, my mother calmly said. Ah, Miss Lonburn came here all the way from the academy to pick you up. She came to pick me up. Yes, you have a very kind teacher, don't you? Yeah. Recalling all of the beatings I took from her, I awkwardly nodded. In a way Donna was a good teacher as she cared a lot for her students, however, in this case, the reason she showed up probably was because of another reason. Placing my hand on my chin, I fell into deep thought. I guess the case was too high profile for her and the academy to ignore. After all, it involved the direct death of a Viscount-ranked demon. Normally, this wouldn't have created a fuss, however, unfortunately, this was a different case as the person directly responsible for the demon's death was a 16-year-old kid. There was no way it wouldn't garner the media's attention. A 16-year-old student aids in the killing of a Viscount-ranked demon. Just imagining the headline of tomorrow's paper caused me to have a massive migraine. It was already bad enough when Amanda killed Elijah. Now that I was directly involved with the death of a Viscount-ranked demon, the waves it would cause would be a lot greater. Just the thought made me want to puke. Ren, we should be going. Finished exchanging a few words with my father, snapping me out of my thoughts as she waved at me, Donna called from the distance. I. Nodding my head and staring at my mom who still had a worried look on her face, I felt slightly warm inside of my heart as I said. Mom, I've got to go. Mom understands. Staring at Donna in the distance, my mother nodded her head and proceeded to take out something from her dimensional storage that was in the form of a silver ring. Fua. Shortly after, a black hoodie appeared in her hands as she handed it to me. Here Ren, take this. This should still fit you nicely. Raising my brow, I looked at the hoodie in her hand as I tilted my head. A hoodie. Nodding her head multiple times, my mother patted the hoodie in her hand with a serious expression. You're going to need this. Okay. Seeing how serious my mother's face was, I proceeded to nod my head as I took the hoodie. Something told me that I would really need this. Ren, follow me. Taking one last look at my mother, I heard Donna's voice in the distance urging for me to come. Nodding my head, I waved goodbye at both my mom and dad. Bye Mom, bye Dad, I'm leaving now. Standing next to my dad, my mother smiled sweetly as she waved goodbye. Bye Ren, contact us as soon as you get back to the academy. Be safe son. Yeah sure. Waving goodbye to my parents, arriving before the entrance of the building, Donna halted her footsteps and stared at the hoodie that was in my hands. Pointing at it she said, "Before we leave, I suggest you put the hoodie on now." Taken aback, I looked at Donna and asked, "Now?" Firmly nodding her head, Donna strictly ordered, "Now." Okay. Though confused, I did as Donna told me and put on the hoodie. Although I knew that there were reporters outside, seeing the seriousness in both my mom's and Donna's faces, I instantly understood that the situation may have been worse than I had expected. Now this was going to be troublesome. Here, pull down the hoodie. After putting the hoodie on, staring at me for a couple of seconds, and leaning closer to me, Donna extended her hands forward as she pulled down the hood to cover my face. As she did that, her face came a couple of inches away from my face, catching me off guard. Fortunately, this did not last for long as Donna quickly took a couple of steps back as she smiled. Putting her hands on the handles of the door she asked, "Are you ready?" Nodding my head, I seriously said, "Ready." Okay. Clank. Opening the doors of the building, as soon as I stepped outside revealing the cloudless blue sky, I instantly understood why everyone was so adamant about the hoodie. Click. 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 Mr. Dover, look over here. Mr. Dover, is it true that you were able to aid in the killing of a Viscount-ranked demon at the age of 16? Mr. Dover, can you tell us what had happened yesterday night? What were your thoughts when you killed a Viscount-ranked demon? Were you really able to kill a Viscount-ranked demon, or are you just taking the credit from someone else? With clicking sounds coming from my left and right, reporters appeared everywhere as they surrounded the area I was in. Lowering the hood of my hoodie, I silently cursed to myself. Ah, fuck. This was much more than I had expected. Amusingly looking at me from the side, Donna glanced at the reporters waiting outside as her amethyst-colored eyes shone slightly. Opening her mouth, her crisp and pleasant voice traveled through the ears of every reporter present. Please move away. Instantly, as if everyone turned into a zombie, heeding her command, everyone took a step back and paved a path for Donna and me. Let's go. Staring at the scene before me with my mouth wide open, I reminded myself to never get on her bad side. Yup. Definitely not. Just one word from her and I would find myself becoming her puppet. What a scary woman. Unaware of my thoughts, I followed Donna towards a rather secluded area. Halting her steps and taking out a black helmet from her dimensional space, Donna calmly walked towards a black bike. Hopping onto the bike and patting the seat behind her, she calmly said, "Hop on." Staring at Donna for a couple of seconds as my mind froze, I opened my mouth as no words escaped from my mouth. Seriously? Putting her helmet on, Donna turned her head in my direction once again and asked, "Where do you want to go, your place or the academy?" Staring at Donna dumbfoundedly, an extended sigh escaped from my mouth. Sigh. Did she seriously not understand the struggles that I was going through? Although right, my mental state was much stronger than back when I had just arrived at the lock and therefore could now resist her charms, that didn't mean I was completely free from otherworldly thoughts. In the end, I could only forcefully freeze my heart completely as I tried to remove all unnecessary thoughts from my mind. After I managed to calm myself down, I suggested, "Let's go to the academy." My original plan was to go back home with my parents to pick up Angelica and bring her to the academy with me. But it seems like I will have to scratch that plan. I'll let Angelica stay with my parents for the week, I'll pick her up next week. In a way, this worked out better as Angelica needed to break through to Viscount rank anyway. If she did it at the lock, she would quickly get exposed as she wouldn't be able to suppress the demonic energy inside of her body. Therefore this somehow worked in her favor. Plus, in the meantime, she could protect Nola and my parents. Alright, hold on tight. Nodding my head and sitting on the backseat of the bike and putting my hands on Donna's slim and soft waist, I softly muttered, "Sure. V-room." Shortly after, the bike slowly picked up speed and sped into the busy streets of Ashton City. The author's POV. Chapter 193, All Eyes on Me, 1. V-Room. With my hands on Donna's waist, I turned my head to the side and stared at the cars beside us that were slowly getting surpassed by Donna, who was zigzagging around them at extreme speeds. With the speed that we were going, I would have normally been scared shitless. However, knowing that a less than S-ranked hero was the one driving, I knew that I was in safe hands. Furthermore, my mind at the moment was currently racing as I tried my best to not be affected by Donna's seductive art. Although she wasn't actively releasing it, just standing close to her almost made me lose composure multiple times. This was really taking a toll on my mental fortitude. Fortunately, helping me distract myself from all of the unnecessary thoughts that I was having, Donna came to the rescue as she asked, "So, your rank is E+." I was instantly taken aback. "How did you know?" I thought that the results weren't even out. How could she have possibly known? Briefly glancing at my dumbfounded expression and rolling her eyes beneath her helmet, Donna replied, "Who do you think I am?" "Right, sorry I even asked." Instantly realizing my mistake, I apologized. Why did I even need to ask? Given Donna's reputation as a ranked hero, it was only natural for her to be able to get access to the information before it was released. As soon as my rank was measured at E+ rank, without a doubt she got notified of this. Therefore, I knew that I could no longer get out of this situation. Even if Donna didn't get the results immediately, she was bound to find out, given that the data would soon be updated on the investigation report. Yup. The more I reminded myself of this fact, the longer my sighs became. Scree. After a while, stopping before the red traffic lights, Donna glanced at me and scrutinized my body closely for the first time since leaving the building. If your rank is E+, then something really doesn't seem to add up. What doesn't add up? Smiling beneath the helmet, Donna calmly analyzed as she asked, "How can your talent assessment possibly be D rank when you're already almost close to that rank? That shouldn't be possible, right?" Hearing her statement, I feigned ignorance. "I don't know, maybe the orb was malfunctioning. It's not like I could say I had limitless talent, no." Sadly, my acting was unable to convince Donna, who continued, "Judging from how calm you are, most likely you already knew that your rank was not D from the very beginning, aren't I right? If the talent assessment orb really malfunctioned, Ren should have easily been able to notice that something was wrong with the orb. He was E+ at the moment. Only someone stupid couldn't tell that his talent assessment was wrong." The more Donna thought about it, the more certain she was about the fact that I knew that my talent was not D rank all along. Thinking along those lines, Donna triumphantly smiled. "Although you may be able to trick others, you won't be able to trick me." Hearing Donna's conjecture, I shut my mouth and did not respond. I shall rightfully plead the fifth. Since anything I said could potentially reveal clues to my limitless talent, I may as well just not talk. Although most of my secrets were laid bare to the world, it was still better to hide the existence of the seed of limit. After all, you never knew how humans behaved. Furthermore, given my rank and talent assessments, there was a high chance I would be targeted by the monolith and the demons. Not that it matters as much anymore. Unaware of what was happening, snorting, Donna's lips curved as she proceeded to stare at the street ahead of her. "I won't ask since it's none of my business, but I do warn you." Pausing for a second as her voice turned cold, Donna threatened, "If for whatever reason you were hiding your strength and rank had to do with demons or anything that would jeopardize the school reputation, I will make sure to get rid of you personally." Feeling the coldness in Donna's voice, I firmly nodded my head and responded, "Understood." Smiling, speeding up the bike, Donna softly mumbled, "Good, I hope you don't betray my trust." Following that, along the way back to the academy, neither Donna nor I spoke a single word as we silently made our way back to the academy. Donna wasn't the type of person to pry about her students' past, given that everyone had their own secrets they couldn't share, Kevin included. Moreover, given that I wasn't a villain as no demonic energy lingered in my body, Donna hoped that I wasn't someone that had bad intentions towards the academy. After all, she had gotten quite attached to me these past few months. With all of the training sessions we had together, it was only natural that this happened. To Donna, it would really be a pity if it turned out to be someone who worked for the demons. Screech. Stopping right before the academy, Donna took off her helmet. Her black hair gently cascaded all the way down her shoulders as a result. Turning her head around and glancing at me, she said, "We're here, hop off." Nodding my head, I jumped off the motorcycle and took off the helmet that was in my head. Thanks, here. Extending my hand, I handed the helmet back to Donna, who calmly took it back and reminded me. Thanks, make sure you are not late tomorrow. As I was putting the helmet back into her dimensional space, not so far from where I was standing, putting her hands on the handles of the bike, Donna calmly waved goodbye to me. All right, that's enough of that for now, I'll see you in the morning. Once again, do not be late. Understood. Swoosh. Nodding my head as a defeated look appeared on my face, I watched Donna's figure leave in the distance. Shortly after, I turned around and slowly made my way back towards my dorm. If not for Donna reminding me, I probably would have forgotten about the fact that tomorrow I had a training session with her early in the morning. Recalling all of my past experiences with her, I sighed and softly muttered. I really don't feel like getting a beating. Who is the mysterious youth that aided in the defeat of a Viscount-ranked demon? Is this the rise of a new prodigy? Breaking news, according to reports, the youth's name is Rendover, and is currently studying at the Lock, the #1 academy in the human domain. From current police reports and data released by the central government, we may have found the next prodigy. With a staggering rank assessment at E+ and... Click. Turning off the TV as a photo of me wearing my school uniform appeared next to the male anchor reporting the news, I massaged my forehead. Not long after, I sat down on the sofa of my dorm and once again massaged my forehead as I felt a headache coming my way. Calmly staring at the window of my room, I muttered. I guess the cat is now officially out of the bag. The whole world now knew of my talent and rank. My parents included. Without a doubt, my peaceful life was now gone. Thinking thus far, I sighed and stood up. I need to take a breath of fresh air. Clank. Opening the door that led to the balcony, I calmly walked towards the edge of the balcony where a handrail made out of granite stood. Placing both of my elbows on the handrail of the balcony, I calmly looked at the academy before me. I guess this is it. Overlooking the academy campus from the balcony of my room, I brushed my hair to the side. News of my exploits had already made waves throughout the whole human domain, and although I was able to enter the academy fairly unnoticed thanks to Donna, I knew that tomorrow my once peaceful life would be gone. I really had mixed feelings about this situation. Although the fact that my talent and rank were exposed to the world was very inconvenient, as it would definitely create a lot of enemies for me. Honestly, aside from that, there were also advantages that came from standing out. Like gathering the attention of a large organization that would do anything to protect me and my talent or to appear more dominant against my opponents. Leaning on the handrail of the balcony and staring at the star-filled night, a bitter smile appeared on my face. Turning around and looking at my room, I softly muttered. Would I still be in this room? With my talent soon becoming known throughout the academy, it wouldn't be strange for me to be allowed access to the Leviathan building. It's just that I felt that it was a bit of a pity. Although I wasn't able to stay here for long, I had actually made two proper friends here. Leo and Ram. For the past month that I had been with them, I always hung out with them at night as we tried all of the restaurants near the academy. I also loved relaxing and chilling with them back in my apartment or their apartment as we played cards. Aside from that, I knew that I still had unfinished business here. As I thought along those lines, with my brows knit and placing my hand on my chin, I mused. Tyrants aside, I guess I don't really have to worry about Ava. With me having already established a relationship with Ava, I didn't necessarily need to be in the same building as her anymore. After all, we were in the same class. Even if I moved away from her, I could probably still interact with her like usual. Thinking along those lines, I sighed in relief. Now that I had gotten the Flute of Artemis, having Ava join our group was a must. With her, the strength of the mercenary group would without a doubt soar to unprecedented levels. Placing my hand on my chin as I frowned, I looked at the star-filled night and muttered. I guess that now leaves me with the 5 tyrants problem. Should I remove them or should I leave them alone once I left? PFFTT. Chuckling to myself, I shook my head as I looked at the lamps on the campus grounds that shone and illuminated the asphalt roads of the academy. Who was kidding? Regardless of the fact that I may soon leave this building, I was still dead set on removing them. That goal did not change. And that was because of a couple of reasons. 1. Making Leo and Ram's life more bearable. With them losing time stamps, their growth would be hindered, which was not good as they were fairly talented. Secondly, because I was a petty person. As they had stolen from me, I had to let them know their place. I wasn't just going to let someone steal from me and let them walk scot-free. Lastly, This project was chosen in order to maximize the profit that I would gain from the operation of eliminating the 5 tyrants. Thinking about the plan that I had prepared in order to eliminate the 5 tyrants, my brows knit together as I softly mumbled. I guess I need to make changes to my plans. Before, my plan was made with the thought of not interfering with the plotline, adding a lot of restraints to them. But now, staring at the darkness in the distance, a soft smile appeared on my face. Now I didn't really need to worry about it anymore. Rustle. As the wind blew and brushed past my skin, extending my hand forward, I caught a leaf that drifted along with the wind. Staring at the leaf in my hand, I softly muttered, I guess it's about time I changed along with the changes in my plans. My memories of the novel. I knew that I could no longer rely on such knowledge like I used to before. What I so desperately wanted to keep was no longer going to be something I could use to my advantage. The changes that I have caused since reincarnating into this world have slowly piled up together, changing the original course of the novel. In what way the changes I have brought will affect the future, I had no way of knowing. But what I did know was that I had to change along with the changes that I had brought. There was no longer a need for me to keep the storyline as it was before. It was time for me to personally take matters into my own hands and protect this world for my sake and the sake of those whom I hold dear. Releasing the green leaf in my hand as it once again drifted in the sky, I muttered. In a way, I guess this is better. Although a lot of troubles lay ahead of me, I knew that the end result would make up for the struggles. Just like a pawn. I could only move forward and not backward. This was merely the beginning of my life in this world. End of Volume 1. Quick author note, thank you for reading this far. I hope you liked the first volume. Now, a quick note about the next volume. For the second volume, things will change. The story should be faster paced, and interactions between Ren and the others will drastically increase. With the layout and the info dumps pretty much all done in the first volume, the second volume should naturally flow much more smoothly. I hope it will be better than the first one. Fingers crossed. P.S. The Author's POV. Chapter 194, All Eyes on Me, 2. Clank. Entering the classroom, I instantly felt countless stares directed towards me. Already prepared for this, I ignored the stares and indifferently made my way towards my seat. Walking towards my seat, I could hear the faint whispering sounds coming from some of the classmates as they stared at me with a look of apprehension. Is that him? Was he really hiding his strength the whole time? Tisk, he's just stealing someone else's credit. He's nothing but a fake. Then how can you explain his E+ rank? Ignoring the whispers and murmurs coming from my classmates, I continued to make my way towards my seat. At the moment I was extremely tired. Having spent most of my morning getting beaten black and blue by Donna, I was feeling lethargic. To make matters worse, my arm was currently spasming beneath my shirt. Recently the problem with my arm has been getting more and more problematic. It was starting to get really annoying as it was impeding me from training with the same intensity as before. Donna did in fact notice this. When she asked me about it, I could only tell her that I had slightly injured myself during training the past few days. Since Donna was not a doctor, she quickly bought my excuse and lowered the intensity of the workout. However, although I managed to avoid getting questioned this time, I knew that this couldn't go on and I had to find a way to purchase an advanced potion to heal my arm. Lazily sitting down on my seat as I interlocked my fingers together and yawned, my eyes drifted towards the left side of the classroom as I thought to myself. She should be able to make advanced potions by now, no. If there was someone that could provide me with cheap and high-quality potions, it was obviously Melissa. Given that Melissa was practically my potion dealer as the deal I had made with her long ago was not just a one-time deal but a long-term one, I could enjoy better quality potions as she improved. The real question now was, did she improve? Now that she was busy with the development of the magic card system, there was a possibility that her progress in potion making stalled. If so, it would be an annoying problem as I didn't want to fork out 35 million U to cure my arm. At least with Melissa, I could pretty much save 80% of the cost as I would only need to provide her with the raw ingredients. Crossing my arms in my seat, I repeatedly nodded my head. Yup, I need to get in touch with Melissa again. Can I sit here? Snapping out of my thoughts, I suddenly heard a familiar voice calling me from behind. Turning around and looking towards my left, I stared at the person who spoke to me. A surprised look appeared on my face as I recognized who the voice belonged to. Kevin. Smiling, Kevin looked at the seat beside me and once again asked, "Can I sit?" Sigh. Do whatever you want. Staring at Kevin for a couple of seconds, a sigh escaped from my lips as I lazily waved my hand. There was no point in hiding the fact that I was friends with Kevin. Given that I already stood out, Kevin sitting next to me wouldn't make the situation worse. Plus, I kind of felt bad for him. He was just as much of a loner as I was. Apart from Emma and a couple of other people, he really had no friends. Although in the novel he would become pretty close with Jean, that would be at the later stages in the novel, and... Staring at Jean from the corner of my eyes, my mouth twitched. Indifferently sitting on the left side of the classroom, Jean was probably one of the only people that wasn't paying attention to me as he continued to stare at the front of the classroom with a serious look. Yeah, I don't see Jean ever becoming close to Kevin. Given how unfriendly he had become these past few months, I wasn't sure whether this was a possibility anymore. Even though he was no longer arrogant and looked down on people like before, I felt like his new personality was a bit too serious. If I had to be honest, I had mixed feelings about this. Unaware of what I was thinking, looking at me, Kevin worriedly asked. Hey, are you doing okay? I've seen what happened on the news, it's practically everywhere, are you okay? Since it was all over the news, Kevin had obviously heard about what had happened with Ren. And unlike the other students that were skeptical about Ren's strength, Kevin was not. After all, he had seen his strength firsthand. Although Ren was weaker than him in terms of rank, Kevin did not think that he was any weaker than him. This was especially since he had seen his sword art firsthand. Fast. So fast that he could barely react. At the moment, Kevin felt that between him and Ren, their strength was approximately the same, with maybe him having a little bit of an edge due to his rank being higher. Hearing Kevin's question, I lazily responded. I'm fine, but why are you sitting next to me? Blinking his eyes a couple of times, Kevin replied. Well, we are friends, aren't we? And so it is only right that I sit next to you, or am I perhaps bothering you? Pausing for a second and staring at Kevin, I was at a loss for words. What he said wasn't wrong. Since he regarded me as his friend and I too regarded him as a friend, what was wrong with him sitting next to me? I guess all those years of being alone caused me to have practically zero social skills. Thinking along those lines, crossing my arms on my desk, I lowered my head and closed my eyes. Nah, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with what you said. Great. Happily smiling, Kevin took out his tablet and other materials for class. Once he put everything on his desk, Kevin looked around the classroom as he softly muttered. Wow, we're really attracting a lot of attention. Hearing Kevin's remark and lifting my head up, I instantly understood what Kevin meant. Currently, practically everyone inside of the class was staring at us from the corner of their eyes as they whispered amongst each other. Although they were trying to be sneaky about it, when almost everyone was doing it, it became pretty obvious. Glancing at Kevin, I muttered. Shouldn't you already be used to this? Blankly looking around, Kevin bitterly said. I am, but it's never been so bad. Rolling my eyes, I annoying said. This is why I didn't want to stand out. Patting me on my shoulder as a trace of pity appeared in his eyes, Kevin consoled me. You'll get used to it. Piss off, I did not have a choice whilst you did. Opening my eyes wide, I smacked Kevin's hand away as I cursed at him. With Everblood purposely screwing me over so that I stood out, I really had no choice with regards to this matter. Kevin on the other hand purposely chose to show off his skills. Getting used to it my ass, I did not want to get used to this. The staring felt piercing. Feeling wronged, Kevin explained. Oh come on, I also did not have a choice. It's not like I knew that I was actually talented. Having spent most of the time outside of Ashton City, Kevin had no idea that he was that talented. Therefore, when he took the exam he tried his best thinking that his performance was not going to be any better than some of the second-generation kids that were nurtured with resources since young. Who would have thought that they were actually that weak? Not him. Hearing Kevin's statement, I was left speechless for a couple of seconds. Although I knew what Kevin meant by that statement, I felt the urge to slap him on the back of his head. To make matters worse, I was the one that made him that way. Who should I be hitting, him or me? Seeing the dark look on my face, Kevin quickly diverted the topic. By the way, are you coming to the banquet next week? Raising my brow, I asked. Banquet? Are you perhaps talking about the banquet with the exchange students? Yeah. I guess I will. Either way, it's not like I have a choice. Nodding his head, as he crossed his arms, Kevin agreed. Since you're part of the tournament team, you have no choice but to participate. Yeah. The banquet Kevin was referring to was a banquet that was held by the academy to welcome the new exchange students that came from the 4 grade academies. This banquet was mostly something that the academy had set up to give an opportunity to the exchange students and the academy students to interact with one another. The main reason for this was so that the students could build connections and friendships amongst each other. After all, everyone present at the banquet was someone whose future was bright. It was never wrong to make connections with people living in other cities. In hindsight, I think this was a good opportunity for me. Although I could no longer hide my presence as I did before, I think that creating connections was a good way for me to develop my strength. Especially since I would eventually want to expand my influence outside of Ashton City. Thinking thus far, I asked, "When is it again?" Staring at his watch and looking at his calendar app, Kevin calmly answered, "In about a week." Frowning slightly, I asked, "Do we have to wear formal clothes?" Rolling his eyes, Kevin responded, "What do you think?" "That's going to be problematic." "Why?" Scratching the back of my head, I bitterly said, "Because I don't have any formal clothes." "What?" "All of my formal clothes don't fit me anymore. With my physique drastically improving, I no longer could fit into my old suits. To make matters worse, with my fashion sense being quite frankly terrible, I was in a pickle as I did not know what to wear for the banquet." Placing his hand on his chin as he fell into deep contemplation, glancing towards the left side of the classroom, Kevin suggested, "Actually, you can ask Emma with regards to that. She helped me choose one when I had to attend a banquet for my elective last month. Her fashion sense is outstanding." Frowning, I looked to the side where a beautiful young girl with short brown hair sat. Currently, she was sitting next to Amanda. From time to time the two would talk, but with Amanda not being very talkative, it was mostly Emma who was doing the talking. It was a rather comical sight. Still, recalling my past experiences with Emma, I shook my head. "Emma, I'd rather not." Understanding my thoughts, Kevin reassured me. "It's fine, I'll come too. You won't have to go with her alone." I don't know. I'll think about it." Seeing that I was still not convinced, Kevin suggested, "How about this, why don't we go after class? Since there are no electives today, we should be able to go after class no." I'll see." Honestly, the idea did sound tempting, however, I was still not fully convinced as I didn't want to deal with Emma. I'd honestly rather deal with Melissa. Actually, I didn't mind being Melissa as she was quite fun to tease these days. With me no longer being scared of her, getting a reaction off of her was actually quite entertaining. Just recalling how pissed she was in our last meeting made me smile. Suddenly recalling something, I looked at Kevin and asked, "By the way, what class do we have next?" Without hesitation, Kevin responded, "Theoretical Science of Mana and Scions." Hearing the name of the next lecture course, suddenly remembering something, I cursed out loud. "Ah, fuck." Confused, Kevin tilted his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Weakly staring at Kevin, I muttered, "Well, I just suddenly thought of an annoying problem." "What annoying problem?" Clank. Right before I could answer Kevin, the doors of the classroom opened and a handsome youth with dirt blonde hair entered the classroom. "Everyone please sit down." Blinking a couple of times, Kevin's eyes became cold as he stared at Gilbert, who was slowly making his way towards the podium in the middle of the classroom. Suddenly realizing why I cursed out loud, Kevin looked at me and nodded his head in understanding. "My condolences." Hearing Kevin's comment, my mouth twitched. "What condolences? You're just as much of a target as I am." Silence. Class is about to start. Suddenly, Gilbert's voice drifted across the classroom as everyone shut up. Smiling gently, he looked around the classroom until his eyes suddenly paused on me. Staring at me for a couple of seconds, Gilbert muttered, "So you must be student Rendover." Instantly, as soon as his words fell, everyone turned their heads in my direction. Feeling the countless stares directed in my direction, I bitterly nodded my head. In the flesh. Alternating his head between Kevin and me, Gilbert nodded his head. "I see, I've heard of what happened. It must have been rough." "It was all right." Nodding his head, Gilbert smiled as he turned around and looked at the whiteboard before him. In a rather stern tone, he said, "Well, it doesn't matter. I hope you obediently follow the class like the rest of the students here. Although what you have done can be considered an astounding achievement, that is only if you have actually done what is said on the paper. It wouldn't be good if you took someone else's credit for something that you did not do. Understanding the meaning of his words, I rolled my eyes. Yes. This was karma, I say. This was the karma I got for all the times I gloated at Kevin for having to deal with Gilbert. It's good that you know. Finished talking to me, Gilbert proceeded to start the lecture. Alright, today we are going to be talking about condensing your. Fortunately, Gilbert was rather tame today. Apart from the beginning of the class and the fact that I was picked a couple of times to answer some of his questions, nothing particularly annoying happened to me today. In fact, aside from the occasional stares from my classmates, it was pretty much just like any regular class. If I had to guess as to why Gilbert was not proactively making my life difficult, it probably had something to do with Donna. With what had happened to Kevin not so long ago, Gilbert knew that he couldn't perform the same stunt again as he could actually get into trouble this time. Although his father could cover him for a while, that didn't mean he could do as he wished. Especially since the headmaster of the academy was also an SS-ranked hero. Once the headmaster returned from his trip, there was no way Gilbert would get away with what he had done scot-free. Knowing this, Gilbert could only lay low for a while. And so thanks to that, Kevin and I didn't have a hard time today as the class ended in about an hour. Staring at Gilbert's figure leaving, I muttered. Well, that was better than I thought. Nodding his head, Kevin added. Yeah, I honestly thought he would pick on you more. Pausing for a second and staring at me, Kevin glanced at Emma, who was packing up her stuff on the left side of the classroom, and asked. So do you want me to help you with the suit thing or not? Frowning slightly, after a bit of thought I nodded my head. Sure. Since I had nothing to do, I may as well buy a new suit. The Author's POV. Chapter 195, Relaxing Times, 1. Cocking her head to the side as her auburn hair gently fell on her shoulders, Emma unamusingly asked as she pointed towards a pale youth with deep blue eyes and black hair standing next to Kevin. So you want me to come with you guys to help him buy a suit for the upcoming banquet? Nodding his head, Kevin asked, Yeah, can you do that? Frowning, Emma stared at Ren, who was yawning next to Kevin. Observing Ren, Emma's feelings were mixed. Although she no longer hated him like before after realizing her own immaturity, his presence still irked her. After all, her pride was huge. Even if she had realized she was in the wrong, she wouldn't openly admit it. Like the famous quote said, realizing you were wrong wasn't hard, what was hard was admitting you were wrong. Knowing this, looking at Kevin, who was sincerely asking her for a favor, after a while, nodding her head, Emma begrudgingly agreed. Fine, but only this time. Since Kevin had helped her out on multiple occasions in the past, she wouldn't mind doing him a favor. Besides, she could just use this chance to relax. After all, after she helped Ren buy a suit, she could very well enjoy herself. Turning around and glancing at Amanda, who was slowly and quietly packing up her stuff, Emma asked. Amanda, you want to come along? Slowly turning her head, Amanda blinked her eyes a couple of times as a confused look appeared on her face. Come along. Nodding her head, Emma pointed towards Ren and said. Yeah, come with us to help that guy get a suit. Tilting her head, Amanda became even more confused. Get a suit. Noticing how Amanda was becoming even more confused, Emma explained. Yeah, apparently he doesn't have a suit for the banquet next week, and since Kevin asked for my help, I decided to help out. Why don't you come along too? Hearing Emma's explanation, Amanda understood. Placing her hand on her chin as she glanced at Ren, Amanda's brows knit together. Seeing Amanda thinking about it, pulling her by the arm, Emma pleaded. Don't leave me alone with them. Turning around and glancing at Kevin and Ren, Emma's eyes soon paused on Ren as she added, although I trust Kevin, I don't trust that guy at all. What if he suddenly attacks me out of nowhere? What am I going to do? Please come with me. Emma's words weren't without merit. Even though she already had a hunch about Ren's true strength, when it was revealed that it was E+, she was extremely surprised. It took her quite a bit to come to terms with the news. After all, she had a general idea of his background. To be E+ rank with such a background was nothing short of a miracle. Therefore, he was definitely suspicious in her book. Hearing Emma's remarks, Ren's mouth twitched. He was speechless. Did she not know that he was standing next to her and he could hear everything? Since Emma was helping him, Ren tried his best to suppress his annoyance. However, with Kevin next to him trying his best not to laugh, Ren found this task becoming increasingly harder. Elbowing Kevin by the side, Ren's face darkened as looked at Emma and pointed towards himself. "Oi, you know I'm here." Yeah. Waving her hand to dismiss Ren, Emma proceeded to look at Amanda again as she continuously tugged her arm. "So you coming?" "Okay." Seeing how persistent Emma was, after a couple of seconds, Amanda eventually nodded her head as a helpless expression appeared on her face. In the end, she also had nothing to do, so might as well just go. Plus, since she'd always reject Emma whenever she'd ask her to go out, Amanda felt slightly bad compelling her to agree. Yay. Happily clapping her hands, Emma proceeded to look towards the front as she asked, "Melissa." Raising her brow, Melissa turned around and frowned. "What?" Glancing at Melissa, Emma pointed at Ren and asked, "Want to come with us to help him get a suit?" Scornfully glancing at Ren, Melissa quickly refused. "I'd rather die." Rolling his eyes, Ren muttered, "Then die." "What did you say?" "Nothing." Seeing the exchange between Melissa and Ren, Emma was left speechless for a couple of seconds as she proceeded to look in the direction of where Jean usually sat. Jean. However, before she could even ask Jean, Emma suddenly realized that he had already left the classroom. Seeing this, Emma annoying muttered, "Forget I even asked." Ever since the trip to Hallberg, Jean started to become more and more antisocial. Although he was already antisocial, these days it was much worse as he did not interact with anyone. With Emma having met Jean at an early age due to her dad's job, she naturally was able to see how much Jean changed. If before he was arrogant and cold, this time he was just cold. He was essentially a male version of Amanda that was far less likable. Crossing her arms together, Emma snorted. "Humph, who cares about that guy anyway?" In the end, the group consisted of Kevin, Amanda, Emma, and Ren. Clapping her hands together as she looked at everyone, Emma happily said, "All right, let's meet at the train station in half an hour. From there we will go buy him a suit." Nodding his head, Kevin agreed. "Okay. Good, let's go, Amanda." Finished with what she wanted to say, Emma quickly dragged Amanda out of the classroom, leaving Ren and Kevin behind. Turning around and staring at each other for a couple of seconds, Kevin broke the silence as he asked, "Ren, are you going back?" Blinking a couple of times, Ren turned his head around and stared at Melissa's figure in the distance. Shaking his head, he responded, "You go back first, I need to ask Melissa something." Taken aback, Kevin asked, "Melissa?" "Yeah." Opening his mouth as he wanted to say something, Kevin eventually shook his head and wished him luck. "Okay, good luck." Having interacted with Melissa before, Kevin knew her character well. Therefore, he was naturally aware of the troubles that Ren was about to face. Thus, as he silently prayed for Ren, Kevin left the classroom. Unaware of Kevin's thoughts and staring at his figure leaving the classroom, turning around and glancing at Melissa who was just about to leave, I called out, "Melissa, wait, I need to ask you a favor." Without looking at me, Melissa coldly said, "Don't wanna hear it. Just text your request to me in the form of a message. Come on, it'll only take a minute." "Nope. Pretty please." Turning her head around and disdainfully looking at me, Melissa irritably said, "Is this your way of convincing me to stay? 'Cause you're not succeeding." Smiling, I replied, "I'll keep annoying you if you don't listen." Hearing my response, Melissa's footsteps halted. Without turning around, she said, "Make it quick." Seeing that I had succeeded in getting her attention, I cut straight to the point. "All right, fine, I'll get to the point, I want you to make me a potion." Frowning, Melissa repeated, "A potion?" Nodding my head, I reminded Melissa of the deal that we had made a while back. "Yeah, don't forget the deal we made." "That?" Reminded of the deal, Melissa froze for a second. "Yup, that." Nodding my head, a smirk appeared on my face. How could I not remind her of the fact that she was my potion slave? Sigh. After a while, rolling her eyes as a large sigh escaped from her mouth, Melissa annoying asked, "What do you need?" Without hesitation, I responded, "An advanced healing potion would be ideal. Only an advanced healing potion could help me heal my arm. Aside from that, there was nothing else that could help me fully recover the senses of my arm. I could technically opt for direct surgery." But given that it was more expensive and that potions were faster and more effective, it was only natural that I tried my best to get a potion. Hearing my request, Melissa's frowned deeply. An advanced healing potion? Nodding my head, I asked. So, can you make it or not? Frowning even harder, Melissa softly muttered. I haven't really tried. Since she was spending most of her time developing the magic card project, she didn't have much time to spend on making potions. Therefore, although she could more or less now make advanced level potions, Melissa wasn't sure about how good the quality of the potion was, and how high the chances of success were. Staring at Melissa, who was in deep contemplation, I dejectedly lowered my head and said, So you can't? Snapping her head in my direction, Melissa annoyingly said. Who said I can't? Raising my head as a defeated look appeared on my face, I reassured Melissa. Melissa, it's okay if you can't. Just admit that you cannot do it so that I can look for it somewhere else. Hearing my comment and gritting her teeth, Melissa said. I'll do it. Do what? Clenching her fists tightly, Melissa's face twisted. It seems like you really want to die. Smacking my fist on the palm of my hand, I looked at Melissa and exclaimed. Ah, so you can make the potion. Why didn't you tell me this before, Melissa? Pretending to be excited, I laughed inwardly. How gullible. All I needed to do was bruise her ego a bit, and Melissa quickly agreed without hesitation. So easy. Keeping my thoughts to myself and nodding my head multiple times, I complimented Melissa. Yes. Gifted with both brains and beauty, you are indeed the perfect woman. Melissa, how about marrying me? Hearing my comment, Melissa's body froze for a second. Processing my remarks for a couple of seconds, Melissa's voice lowered as her face became incomparably dark. If you don't get out of my sight within the next 5 seconds, I will erase you from this planet. Seeing how dark Melissa's face was, I knew that she was serious this time. Putting my hands on my pockets, I clicked my tongue and turned around. TSK, I was just joking, no need to take it so seriously. Who'd want to marry you anyway? Only a psycho who doesn't care about their own life would do that. I wouldn't even want to find out what would happen during a lover's quarrel. Would she just make her lover drink failed potions that she couldn't commercially use, or would she make him sleep on the sofa for a whole year? Just the thought sent shivers down my spine. 1. I'm leaving. Lazily waving my hand, I proceeded to make my way towards the door. Right before I exited the room, turning around, I glanced at Melissa and shouted. Text me when you're done making the potion. 2. Bye. Waving goodbye to Melissa, I directly left the room and made my way back towards the dorm. I had left at the right time. I had a feeling that if I stayed any longer, something bad would have happened. Perhaps I had just dodged a bullet. In all honesty, I didn't actually care. It was just that it was fun teasing her. Not long after I separated from Melissa, Kevin, Emma, Amanda, and I met up at the train station and quickly took an air train that directly went towards a busy area of Ashton City. From what I heard Emma say, we were currently headed towards a rather famous shopping district that was often frequented by the rich. Apparently, there were lots of designer stores as well as places that had professional tailors that would directly take my measurements and make a suit that would fit me perfectly. As soon as I heard of this, I instantly knew this was a setup. Emma was planning on draining my wallet. In terms of wealth here, I was probably the poorest out of the lot. And when I mean the poorest, I meant by far the poorest. My net worth was probably spare change in their eyes. How in the world did they think I could afford a suit? Set up, I say. Ding. As I was ranting about the fact that I was being set up, suddenly the air train stopped and a gentle voice traveled from the speakers of the train. Station, Central District, Remoulin Street, arrived. Stepping out of the air train, turning around, and dragging Amanda out of the train, Emma happily shouted. All right, let's go shopping. Just letting you know, the next couple of chaps will be fillers. Focus primarily on character interactions rather than the main plot. You can probably skip them and nothing will change. However, you'll miss out on the interactions between Ren and the others as their characters become more fleshed out. Also, the author needs a break from all the action. The next 2 chaps will be like that. Basically, just 1 day break for those that don't like this kind of stuff. Another thing, after the next 2 chapters, my writing style will be quite different. Hopefully, it's better. P.S. If you wanted to ask, no, you are not getting charged more for me writing this. Oh, and for new readers. Do not buy privilege. It's almost the end of the month. If you buy privilege, you will end up with only 8 days worth of privilege. IT will reset by end of the month. So do not buy privilege. I don't want you all to waste your money. The Author's POV. Chapter 196, Relaxing Times, 2. After leaving the train station, we arrived at Remoulin Street, a rather famous shopping area located in the central district of Ashton City. Stepping into Remoulin Street, I was left in a daze. People roaming everywhere, massive buildings, giant fountains, fancy restaurants, massive stores, and even arcades. This place had everything. Glancing at the busy streets, I made a pledge to myself. Right after buying a suit, if I still hadn't sold my kidneys, I had to treat myself to something fancy. Similarly, looking at the streets, Kevin asked, "I've only been here once, so are you going to be the guide?" Emma, who had heard Kevin, pridefully nodded her head. "Of course, I've been coming here ever since I was a kid. I know this place like the back of my house. Not only do I know where most stores are located, I also know who." Walking through the busy streets, Kevin and Emma continued to chatter. From time to time, Amanda would join in on the conversation as Emma would forcefully drag her into it. Kevin did try to bring me in the conversation multiple times, and when he did, I half-heartedly replied, "Ren, you've never been here before, right?" "No, I have not." "Well, I've only been here once, so I guess I'm just as clueless as you are." "I guess so." While Kevin and I were talking, Emma's footsteps halted. Following her example, I, along with Kevin and Amanda, also stopped. Looking up, I soon noticed that we had stopped in front of a large transparent door. Behind it were countless mannequins wearing different sets of clothes. From suits to regular shirts, the mannequins wore different matching sets of clothes that perfectly complemented each other. Taking my eyes away from the mannequins, the first thing I noticed as I took a closer look at the store before us was a large sign with the words, "Shiplin Tailor and Clothing," engraved on it. "This the place?" "Yup, I know the manager here, so he can help you with regards to the suit, moreover." Looking at Amanda, Emma excitedly said, "This place doesn't only sell suits but also sells other types of clothing. Women too." Nodding her head in confirmation, Emma placed her hand on the door handle and casually pushed it open. "All right, let's go in." Soon, the interior of the shop became visible for anyone to see. Just like Emma had said, the shop was divided into many different sections, as there was a woman section, a male section, and a kids section. Each section had different types of clothes with different prices on them. "Where are the suits?" As I entered the store, I was a bit on the fence. The store didn't look like a store that made suits. Although I did in fact see some suits on display, they weren't anything fancy, nor were they of high quality. I'm sure Emma wouldn't just bring me here without reason. Casually looking at the store, Emma replied, "Before we get you a suit, why don't you choose some clothes first?" Me. "Yeah, I first want to see what types of clothes you wear. From there we can choose a proper suit for you." "Sure." Realizing her intention, I nodded my head. That made sense. Since Emma was choosing a suit for me, she had to get a better idea of my tastes. After all, this was a suit for me, not for her. If she didn't know my tastes, she wouldn't be able to help me. "All right, I'll be back shortly." Separating from Kevin and the others, I looked through the shop as I picked some of the clothes that I liked. Fortunately, there were a lot of options available in the store. All sorts of shirts, pants, and t-shirts were displayed in the store. There were so many options that I honestly couldn't choose. They all looked good to me. This looks like it matches." After a while, picking a couple of shirts and pants that I particularly liked, I made my way towards the changing room and got dressed. "This looks good." After putting on the clothes and staring at my reflection in the mirror, I nodded my head in satisfaction. Reflected on the mirror was me wearing a nice Hawaiian shirt tucked in between some slick brown pants that reached all the way to my ankles. I left a slight gap in the middle of the t-shirt to further emphasize my chest. The more I looked at myself, the more satisfied I was with my look. Touching my chin, I mused. I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe sunglasses. If I had sunglasses, I would without a doubt look better. Sunglasses with a Hawaiian shirt, now that's what you would call a matching combo. Still, it was best if I asked the others about their opinion. After all, I couldn't wear sunglasses at the banquet. Exiting the changing room with the clothes still on, I waved at Kevin and the rest in the distance. Posing slightly, I asked. Hey, what do you guys think of this? Kevin. Emma. Amanda. Covering her face with the palm of her hand, Emma muttered. He's a lost cause. Simultaneously nodding their heads, Kevin and Amanda couldn't agree more. I agree. MHM. Noticing their reaction, I became slightly flustered. What? It looks nice though. I really liked what I was wearing. I had spent a lot of time choosing these clothes. I was genuinely proud of what I had achieved. Squinting my eyes, I thought. Was it the sunglasses? The more I thought about it, the more I was convinced that the reason they reacted like this was because I didn't have any sunglasses on. Unaware of what I was thinking, Kevin looked at Emma, who was massaging her head. This is going to be a lot harder than I thought. Emma, do something about this. On it. Taking out her phone, Emma quickly sent a message to someone. Not long after she sent the message, a man wearing a neat gray suit that perfectly outlined the general structure of his body came down from a set of stairs in the distance. The man was rather old, as he had thin gray hair and a well-trimmed mustache. Despite his age, the man looked extremely refined and elegant. With a bright smile, the man greeted Emma. Why, if it isn't the young miss, what do I owe you the pleasure of coming here? Fix him up. Cutting to the chase, Emma pointed at me. Staring in the direction of where Emma pointed at, the old man covered his mouth. Oh my, him. Expecting such a reaction, Emma sighed and nodded her head. Yeah, he's a lost cause. I can see that. What's the budget? Looking at me, Emma asked the old man, how much does a suit typically cost? Taking out a small tablet from his pocket, the old man patiently explained, depends on what type of materials we use to make the suit. Generally, our prices usually range from 5,000 U all the way to 100,000 U. With 100,000 U using the felt of some beasts coming from the outer regions. Hearing Emma's and the men talking, excluding their shit talk, one thing caught my interest. The prices of the suits. They were much cheaper than I had expected. Perhaps because I tended to spend millions of U with every purchase I made, the price for suits seemed rather cheap to me at the moment. I had honestly expected to be asked an absurd amount of money to make a suit, but I guess my perception of money had inflated too much. In the end, interrupting the discussion Emma and the old man were having, I chose the most expensive option. Give me the best that you've got. Since I could afford it and it wasn't going to hurt my pockets, I may as well go all in. With a big smile on his face, the old man caressed his hands. Turning around, the old man urged me to follow him. Very well, please follow me so that we can take your measurements. Sure. Scrolling through the tablet that the old man held before, Emma casually said, whilst you take the measurements, I'll choose the suits with the others. Halting my steps, I protested, wait, why can't I choose? Right after my words fell, everyone stared at the clothes I was wearing. As if stating the obvious, Emma disdainfully said, what gives you the right to ask after wearing such monstrosity? Offended, I looked towards Kevin for moral support. Was it really that bad? Deeply staring at me, Kevin bluntly nodded his head, yup. With a hurt look on my face, I looked at Amanda. Feeling my gaze, Amanda turned her head to the side and pretended that she didn't see anything. Clenching my teeth, I squinted my eyes. Fine. Bunch of traitors. Following the old man upstairs, we soon arrived in front of a small wooden room filled with suits. Without wasting any time, the old man took out a measuring tape. Using the measuring tape, the old man measured every part of my body from waist, chest, calves, and biceps. All right, we're done. A minute after he took the first measurement, the tailor quickly wrote down all of my sizes on a piece of paper. Once he finished taking my measurements, we quickly headed back downstairs to meet the others. Noticing my arrival, Emma casually glanced at me. You're done? Yeah. Squinting my eyes, my sharp gaze met Kevin's. After a couple of seconds, unable to bear my piercing stare, Kevin lowered his head. That's right. Lower your head, traitor. Unaware of my exchange with Kevin, Emma casually handed the tablet back to the old man. All right, we've already selected a suit. Oh. Can I see it? Shaking her head, Emma refused. We've already ordered it, you'll see it once it arrives. Opening my mouth, no words came out. Did they seriously just buy me a suit without asking whether I liked it or not? Please follow me to the register to pay. Smiling brightly, the old man made his way towards the register. Dejectedly following the old man to the register, handing him my card, I paid for the suit that Emma and the others choose for me. After paying the bill, I turned around and made my way out of the shop as the old man reminded me of a few things. Thank you for your purchase, your suit will be delivered to you in a couple of days. In case your suit breaks, make sure you come back to us so we can fix it. We provide a 2-year warranty. Sure, thank you. Exiting the store and reuniting with the others, Kevin checked his watch and asked, "Where should we go now?" With me having finally purchased a suit, we now had time to properly enjoy ourselves and do whatever we wanted. Emma was especially excited at the moment as her eyes shone brightly. Looking towards the distance, she exclaimed, "Arcade. We are going to the arcade." Without waiting for anyone else to respond, Emma grabbed Amanda by the arm and forcefully dragged her into the arcade. From how fast she was moving, she seemed to be itching to go. Staring at Amanda, who was helplessly being dragged around by Emma, a trace of sympathy flashed across my eyes. This is why she always rejects Emma. "How did you know?" Confused, Kevin asked. To which I shrugged my shoulders and casually said, "Just a hunch." What a terrifying hunch. Glancing at me and nudging his head, Kevin suggested, "So, we also going to the arcade?" "But of course." Without hesitation, I replied. I was also raring to go to the arcade. Especially since I was really curious as to how arcades in this world looked like. Would there be 4D Pac-Man games? 4D Donkey Kong? Just the thought made me excited. Following Emma through the busy streets, we soon arrived in front of a large building with a large sign with Blisscore Arcade engraved on it as different lights blinked around it. By the time Kevin and I arrived at the arcade, Emma and Amanda were already long gone. A small crowd appeared at the front of the building as they stared at the insides of the building with interest. Multiple different lights flashed from the insides of the building, as we could faintly hear the sound of music playing. This the place? Should be. Staring at the crowd outside of the shop, Kevin asked, "Should we go in?" Yup. Pushing through the small crowd that had gathered at the entrance of the building. Lifting my sleeves up, a smirk appeared on my face. "Make way for me, you noobs." If there was one thing I was good at back in my world, it was the arcades. Whenever I had spare money, I would always go to the arcade to play some games. After having accumulated countless hours of experience, I was confident. I was confident that there was no game I couldn't beat. The Author's POV. Chapter 197, Relaxing Times, 3. How much do you want to change? Let's go with 5,000 you first. With a bright smile, the cashier of the arcade greeted me. Handing my card to the cashier quickly scanned the card and handed me a black card along with my bank card. "Thank you for your patronage." "Yup. Sure." I took the card and turned around. To be honest, I was just as excited as Emma was. I loved arcades. Glancing behind me, I looked at Kevin, who was patiently waiting in line, and shouted, "I'm gonna go play some games, meet me once you're done." Turning his head, Kevin nodded his head. "Sure. All right." Roaming the arcade, I couldn't decide on which game to play first. Which game should I play first? Should I try the classics or the new ones? Oh, that one over there looks nice. There were just so many games that I wanted to play. From the virtual race car game to 4D Pac-Man, there were just so many options to choose from. This is rigged. Whilst I was pondering on which game I should play, I suddenly heard a familiar voice in the distance. Without even needing to look at who the voice belonged to, I instantly knew that it belonged to Emma. Turning around and glancing in her direction, I spotted her fiercely staring at the machine before her. Poor Amanda was next to her, trying to calm her down. The sight looked rather comical. "Emma, please don't shout. Is money what you want? Take it, I've got enough for the likes of you." Ignoring Amanda, Emma furiously glared at the machine as she cursed. Ah, she's playing the crane game. With her hand carefully controlling the joystick of the machine, Emma's lips were plucked outwards as she fully immersed herself in the game. Lowering the crane, Emma successfully picked up a stuffed teddy. Excitedly looking at Amanda, Emma exclaimed, "I can feel it, this time I'm going to win." MHM. Having heard the same words more than 5 times already, Amanda bitterly nodded her head. "I've got this, come on." With her tongue out, Emma slowly moved the joystick. She was so immersed in the game that she did not notice me coming from behind her. Controlling the joystick, Emma tried to move the claw towards the small hole on the bottom left of the machine. Plap. Unfortunately, she failed as the teddy bear fell before she could reach the hole. When she saw this, Emma's face turned red. Shit. Sitting down on the machine next to her, I said, "That's not how you do it." Turning around, Emma shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me." Finally noticing me, Emma's voice became monotonous. "Ah, it's you." What an enthusiastic reply. What? Did you want me to be excited or something? Shaking my head, I pointed at the machine before her and said, "Never mind that, you're playing the game wrong." Raising her brow, Emma mocked, "What? Are you some kind of expert or something?" Nodding my head, I proudly puffed my chest, "In fact I am." This was not a lie. In fact, the very reason why I was so good at this game was because back on Earth I used this machine to make some spare change. By winning the bears and selling them on the internet, I was able to make a small profit. With that, I was able to fuel my arcading addiction. Not believing my statement one bit, Emma suddenly smiled as she thought of something. "All right, if you're such an expert, how about we make a bet?" Instantly, I frowned. "A bet?" Nodding her head, Emma elaborated, "Yeah, how about this? I'll pay for the next 15 games, and if in those 15 games you manage to get even one bear, it'll count as my loss. However, if you don't get any bear during those 15 tries, it'll count as my win." Hearing the terms of the bet, I almost laughed out loud. 15 tries. I didn't even need 2 and I was certain I could win. Trying my best to keep a straight face, I frowned slightly. With a solemn expression on my face, I nodded my head. "Sounds fair, what are the terms of the bet?" Having caught my interest, Emma laughed inside of her heart. She knew that she had baited him. It was already her 50th try, and she had still not got a bear. The machine was rigged and Emma knew it. There was no way she was going to lose this bet. This was her chance to get back at him. Trying her best to keep a straight face, Emma proposed. "If you win, dinner's on me. Regardless of place, I will pay." "What if I lose?" Emma smirked. If you lose." Crossing her arms, Emma cocked her head up a little. "If you lose, I want you to apologize to me." Hearing the terms, I tilted my head. "Apologize? Apologize for what?" Glaring at me, with her arms still crossed, Emma gritted her teeth. "For being rude to me." "What? When have I ever been rude to you?" Snapping her head at me, she bared her teeth. "Don't pretend that you don't know." Okay, sure." Seeing how snappy she was being, with a confused look on my face, I didn't ask for more details. Even though I didn't know what she was talking about, it didn't really matter. I was gonna win anyway. I was that confident in my skills. With a confident look on her face, Emma extended her hand. "Deal." Let's see for how long you can keep that arrogant attitude of yours. I'll use this chance to get my revenge on you. Irked by her attitude, I smiled and shook her hand. "Deal. Since you're asking to be humiliated, don't blame me for humiliating you." Turning her head towards Amanda, Emma said, "Amanda, you can attest for the bet." Alternating her eyes between me and Emma, Amanda helplessly nodded her head. "Okay." Tapping her black card on the side of the machine, the number 15 was instantly displayed on the right side of the machine as the mechanical claw returned to its regular position. Standing up and taking the seat next to it, Emma smiled as she patted the machine. "All right, you can start." I won't be polite. Taking Emma's seat, I took the joystick. In one swift motion, I quickly moved the claw machine to the right. Stopping right before one of the bears, standing up, I looked around the machine to see if I had gotten my angles right. In order to make the game harder, the workers tended to change the strength of the claw throughout the day. Knowing this, I knew that I couldn't rely on the claw of the machine. Only proper angles could help. Perfect. After finding the right spot, sitting back down, I pressed on the red button of the machine. Staring at me intently, Emma snorted, "I want to see where your confidence comes from." Emma firmly believed that the game was rigged. There was no way he could win. Unfortunately for her, she had spoken too soon. As soon as the claw clutched the bear, it quickly went back up and deposited the bear in the bottom left compartment. Staring at the bear in my hand in disbelief, Emma's face turned red as her voice raised a few pitches. What? Impossible." Smirking at Emma, I casually said, "I guess dinner is on you today." Recovering from her stupor, Emma gritted her teeth. "Why you?" Raising my brow, I teased, "What, you not going to honor the bet?" "Who said I'm not?" "Amanda, let's get out of here." Gnashing her teeth, Emma tried to drag Amanda away. At the moment she wanted to bury herself inside of a hole. She was too embarrassed. Seeing that Emma was about to leave, I shouted, "Wait, who said I'm done? You think I'm just going to let you run away after only one bear? No, no, no. I was going to thoroughly crush her pride today." Halting her footsteps, Emma looked at me in confusion. "You're not done. Watch me." Turning around, I once again repeated the same process. This time, I failed. Seeing me fail, Emma felt slightly better as she couldn't resist the urge to mock me. "I guess you were just lucky." Glancing at her from the corner of my eyes, my lips tugged upwards. "Oh really?" "Yup, just dumb luck." Smirking, I once again turned my attention back to the claw machine. Repeating the same process as before, this time I succeeded. Opening her eyes wide open, Emma's mouth dropped to the ground. What? How come?" Staring at Emma, I mocked, "Luck." Gnashing her teeth together, Emma's chest heaved up and down unevenly. Not bothered by this, I turned my attention back to the game. For the next couple of minutes, I continuously harvested teddy bears as a crowd slowly formed around me. Not minding it one bit, I skillfully controlled the joystick and once again took another bear. And that's the 6th. In the end, after I used up all of the 15 tries, the total harvest came to 6 bears. Emma, who stood by the side, looked as though she had seen a ghost as her complexion was extremely pale. Pointing at me, she weakly said, "Why, you're cheating." Rolling my eyes, I retorted, "I've been using the same machine you were using before. If I had cheated, someone would have been able to tell. Moreover, you were right next to me the whole time. If I had cheated, you would have noticed it immediately." Unable to refute, Emma dejectedly lowered her head in defeat. "GHH. Here." Ignoring Emma, I casually threw one of the teddies in Amanda's direction. Confused, she asked me, "Take it, I don't need this teddy." From the very beginning, Amanda had been staring at the bears with a longing look on her face. I wasn't dense. With her secretly loving cute things, I knew that she wanted the teddy bear. Thus, I gave her one. The other 5 were for Nola. "Thank you." Thanking me and taking the teddy, Amanda's face did not change. Seeing her reaction, I shook my head. Even though it did not show from her expression, at the moment she was very happy. I could tell, since whenever Amanda was happy, her brows tended to go up. Just a small character trait that she had. Weakly tugging Amanda's sleeves, Emma said, "Let's go, Amanda, I'm no longer in the mood to play this game." "Okay." Putting all of the teddies in my storage space, we went out separate ways. During the time, I roamed around the arcade looking for new games to play. In the end, we spent a total of 2 hours inside of the arcade before we finally decided to leave and have dinner. To honor her bet, Emma invited everyone to a fancy restaurant that resided on the top of a high-rise building. Since it was free, I naturally did not hold back and ordered the most expensive dish they served. Steamed arcane sparrow glazed, sprinkled with a touch of white truffle and a side of foie gras. With her mouth open, staring at me who was gulping down the food like a starved beast, Emma exclaimed, "Although I said I was going to pay for everything, did you really have to order the most expensive dish? 2 at that." Stuffing myself with the food, I gave Emma a casual look. "You're loaded anyways, this is merely spare change for you." "No, that's not the point." "So good." Ignoring Emma, I blissfully ate the food before me as my tonsils jumped with joy. With every bite of the dish I took, juices would come rushing into my mouth, promoting me to eat more. Staring at me, Kevin shook his head as he tried to console Emma. On the other side of the table, sitting next to me, with a knife and fork, Amanda cut the steak before her as she took small bites of the steak. Ignoring the others, as I ate my food, I couldn't help but reminisce at my past self back on Earth, where I would continuously eat fast food every day as it was cheap. Even after I came into this world, I had not treated myself to proper high-end food. I have to say, after today, my palate will forever be changed. Instant noodles. To hell with that, I say. After an hour, I was finally stuffed. With a dark look on her face, Emma went to the cashier and paid for the food. In the end, the total bill for the food came at a whopping 750,000 U. As the food was made from rare beasts and herbs, it was naturally very expensive. Staring at the bill in Emma's hand, I took a step to the side and whistled in the air. Let's just pretend that 450,000 of that 750,000 wasn't just me. Unfortunately, my wish did not come true as Emma glared and cursed at me. You. How can you eat so much? You pig. Shrugging my shoulders, I hid behind Kevin. You are the one who proposed the bet. It's on you, not me, plus you're rich anyway, this shouldn't be too much for you anyways. Humph. Crossing her arms, Emma turned her head away from me and proceeded to ignore me. Noticing how angry Emma was, I frowned. Why is she reacting this much? I was honestly confused. Since I had created her, I knew her character best. And I knew that she wasn't a stingy character, as she never bothered forking out millions of you for useless stuff. Stepping in, Kevin tried to calm Emma down. Alright guys, calm down, how about we go back to the academy for now? It's already getting late. Hearing Kevin's remarks and calming down a bit, Emma nodded her head, fine. Good. Like that, the shopping trip came to an end as we all took the air train back to the academy. Outside of the train station, near the lock. After parting ways with Emma and Amanda, only Kevin and I remained. Looking at me, Kevin said, weren't you being a bit too harsh on Emma? Me. Harsh? I was just teaching her a lesson. What lesson? Without hesitation, I replied, don't bet against me. You're bound to lose if you do so. Unless I was certain about my victory, I was not the guy who would take a bet. That was my principle. Therefore, if I ever accepted a bet, it was because I was certain that I was going to win. Shaking his head, Kevin patted me on the shoulder and changed the topic, if you say so. Anyhow, I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Confused, I looked at Kevin. What are you talking about? Smiling mysteriously, Kevin didn't answer as he walked towards his dorm. Good luck. Wait, hold on, tell me what's going on. With his back facing me, Kevin casually said. You'll see tomorrow. What, come on. Despite all of my protests, Kevin refused to answer me. In the end, shaking my head, I muttered, what's up with him being so vague? TSK, what a terrible friend. First, he betrays me, and now this. Humph, I'll get you back in the future. If it were me, I would have immediately have told him everything. Turning around as I kicked a rock to the side, I wondered what Kevin meant by good luck. Was something going to happen tomorrow that I was not aware of? Unfortunately for me, I would only find out what Kevin was referring to tomorrow. And when I did find out, my face twisted so much that my charm dropped all the way down to H rank. The Author's POV. Chapter 198, Dominating Through Fear, 1. Late night. After returning from her short shopping trip, Emma laid down on her mattress exhausted. With her short brown hair scattered on the bed, Emma scrolled through her phone. Thinking of something, Emma opened her bank account and checked her balance. Account balance, 7,472,060 U. Seeing the number, Emma ground her teeth and muttered. What a pig. During her small trip, she had planned on only spending at most 100,000 U. She had not expected herself to fork out 750,000 U. This was way beyond the budget she had set herself. In fact, spending 100,000 was already too much for her at the moment. Normally, she wouldn't have minded. But her current circumstances weren't normal. Looking at how much money she had in her bank account, Emma felt bitter. How long will this last me? She truly regretted betting with Ren. Had she not bet, none of this would have happened. Ring. At that moment, Emma's phone rang. Checking who the sender was, Emma's face darkened. It was her uncle. Hello Emma, how was your day? Clenching her teeth, Emma picked up the phone and replied. Everything is fine, thank you, uncle. That's great, but Emma. Yes. Did you go out today? Seeing the message, Emma's face contorted to a frown. How is that any of your business? Forcefully trying to calm herself down, she replied. Yes, with 2 of my friends. Ren was definitely not her friend. That's good, but do you still have enough money? I hope you're still not mad at me for blocking your card. With your dad leaving all responsibilities to me, we have to take precautions. Bastard. At her father's mention, Emma felt truly enraged. Ever since her father caught wind of a secret plot that the Monolith was brewing in preparations to attack Ashton City, as its city mayor, her father had no other choice but to leave and prevent their plans. This was 4 months ago. Right now, with her father gone, her uncle was the one in charge of the family affairs. He did not like Emma. With Emma being the direct inheritor of her Rochefield family, her uncle was jealous. He too had a son. However, he was only 10 years old. Given how young he was, he did not stand a chance at inheriting the family's leading position. He was just like him, stuck in his brother's shadow. How could he tolerate that? Therefore, when the opportunity presented itself, Emma's uncle tried to do his best to suppress her. One of the first things he did was block her card. With the excuse of Emma spending too much money on useless stuff, her uncle managed to convince the others to freeze her card until her father came back. Obviously, Emma knew this, however, with her father gone she could only swallow this bitter pill. Suppressing her rage, Emma cut the conversation short. "I understand, uncle, do not worry about it. I have to go to sleep now as classes start early in the morning, good night." Without waiting for her uncle's reply, Emma threw her phone towards the other side of the bed. Tucking herself inside of her blankets, she cursed. "This fucker." Same time, the room next door. Returning to her room, Amanda carefully walked towards one of her drawers. Taking out a stuffed teddy, Amanda carefully placed the teddy on top of the drawer, facing her way. Looking at the teddy, Amanda nodded her head in satisfaction. She really liked the teddy. After carefully putting the teddy on the drawer, tired, Amanda buried herself on her bed. A lot of things happened today. What seemed to be a regular day like any other turned out into an outing with Emma, Kevin, and Ren. She normally disliked such outings as she hated crowds. However, with everything that had happened today, she couldn't say she disliked it. It was fun. Suddenly her phone rang. Ring. Ring. The caller ID was Maxwell Benson, her personal assistant. Amanda picked up the phone. Yes. Maxwell's voice was pleasant to the ears. Neither hurried nor slow. As Amanda listened to what he wanted to say, a look of understanding appeared on her face. A trace of surprise was mixed in it too. "Amanda, your father, and the elders want to meet you next week. They have agreed to your proposal and are expecting you soon." "I understand." Knowing that Amanda did not like to talk for long periods of time, Maxwell kept the conversation short and asked, "Is there anything else that you would like, young miss?" "No, this is good for now." "I understand, I wish you good luck for next week." "MHM." Nodding her head, Amanda hung up the call. Tack. Scrolling through her phone, Amanda opened her chat log with Melissa and clicked on a specific video. Displayed on the screen was a card held by two pincers as mana was slowly injected into it. Not long after, a massive flame engulfed the video. After getting the green light from Melissa, Amanda contacted her dad and guild elders regarding a possible business proposition. Normally, given how busy most elders and her father were, they would have never have agreed. However, since it was Amanda who proposed the deal, they agreed without asking too many questions. This was what the phone call was about. Her father and the elders of the guild had agreed to listen to Ren's and Melissa's plan. Although she did not doubt that they would have agreed, she was quite surprised by the fact that they had agreed to meet in a week's time. With how busy they usually were, she had expected to even wait as far as a couple of months. This came as a bit of a surprise for her. But after a bit of thinking and realizing who the two people in question were, Amanda understood. With Melissa being the genius that she was, there was no doubt that her guild wanted to form a connection with her. On the other hand, there was Ren. Given how influential her parents' guild was, without a doubt that they knew a few things about him. Especially with regards to what had happened a few nights ago when he supposedly aided in the killing of a Viscount-ranked demon. Given how popular he was nowadays, without a doubt the elders and her father wanted to meet him in person. E+ rank at age 16. Though Amanda expected this somewhat, she was still shocked. Without a doubt, his talent rivaled that of Jin's and Kevin's. Ooh. Plaque. Taking a deep breath, Amanda carefully put away her phone in her drawer and closed the lights. Closing her eyes, Amanda suddenly thought of Ren. After getting to know him better, her impression of him slightly changed. Her first encounter with him had left a deep impression on her. She could still recall those cold and merciless eyes devoid of any emotions looking at her. At that time she thought that he was an undercover bodyguard that her family had sent to protect her. But after confirming with her father and guild, she knew that this was not the case. Therefore, her interest in him peaked a little. After meeting him a few more times, Amanda realized that he was completely different from how she thought he was. Perhaps he was faking it, but from what Amanda figured, He was not the merciless killer that she thought he was in her first encounter. He was just like everyone else. Just a regular youth in his teens. Silly at times, serious in others. If she did have to point out something odd about him, it was his fashion sense. Recalling how proud he was about the clothes he was wearing, Amanda shook her head. It was frankly terrible. It was so bad that Amanda was left speechless. Aside from that, Amanda also recalled the look of despair on Emma's face once he got 6 teddies in 15 tries whilst she didn't even get one despite so many tries. It was the first time Amanda saw Emma so depressed. The more she thought about it, the more the corner of her lips curved upwards. Suddenly a strange noise came out of her mouth. Coo. With the corner of her lips curved slightly upwards, Amanda slowly lost consciousness. That night, Amanda slept more peacefully than usual. Lunchtime, 12 o'clock, Class A, 25. Standing before me, a student wearing a similar azure-colored uniform pointed in my direction and shouted. Rendover, I challenge you to a fight. Opening my eyes wide, I glanced towards my left where Kevin sat. He had an all-knowing smile on his face. The smile didn't last for long though. Not long after someone challenged him too. However, unlike me, he was challenged by an exchange student. The exchange students were currently not mixed with us yet, as that would start next week after the banquet was held. The reasoning for this was simple. The courses between each academy were different. In order for the exchange students to follow our class, they needed a week or so to adapt to what our academy was teaching. Given how different some of the materials were, if they were suddenly put in our class, chances were that most of them wouldn't understand a thing. This would pretty much ruin the whole point of the exchange. If their students learned nothing from this, what was the point of sending them here? Looking down on me, the youth proudly puffed his chest. His voice raised, so. Are you going to accept my challenge or not? The youth's name was Horace Parra, and he was ranked in the top 50s. Ever since yesterday, the youth before him, Rendover, had been appearing all over the news. He did not believe it. He believed that he was just someone that happened to show up at the right place at the right time. Killing a Viscount-ranked demon at the age of 16. Who was stupid enough to believe that? Certainly not him. That's when Horace suddenly had an idea. What if I use this chance to crush him and make my name famous? If he crushed the talk of the city who was deemed the next prodigy, wouldn't everyone think he was the prodigy? The more Horace thought about it, the more convinced he was about his conjunction. Staring at Ren with burning eyes, he repeated. What about it, huh? You accept or not? Looking up at the youth before me, and more or less understanding what he was thinking, I frowned. Should I reject him? It's not like he could force me to fight. If I rejected him, the worst that could happen would be him humiliating me in front of everyone in the classroom. Which frankly speaking didn't bother me at this point. I did go through this for half a year after all. However, I shook my head. No, there is no need for me to run anymore. In fact, I should use this opportunity. Having come to a resolution not long ago, I knew that I no longer needed to avoid such situations. Use this opportunity to thoroughly set an impression on the others. With the aid of this extra, I should use this chance to thoroughly implant a deep impression of myself to the others. One that would make them not dare bother or challenge me. I no longer needed to remain hidden and avoid conflicts. With my rank and name known by the most influential people in the city, I knew that hiding was pointless. It was about time I revealed some of my abilities. Seeing me shake my head, the youth's lips curled upwards as he mocked. Are you refusing? Are you perhaps scared? It's fine, I won't bite. Shaking my head, I deeply looked at the youth before me. After a while, with a plain smile on my face, I nodded my head. No, I accept. The Author's POV. Chapter 199, Dominating Through Fear, 2. 10 minutes before Ren and Kevin's matches were about to start, Section G, upper rows of the arena grounds. Amanda. Over here. Waving in Amanda's direction, Emma patted the seat next to hers. Spotting Emma, Amanda sat next to her. With a drink in her hand, Emma asked. How many times today? 5. 5. Too little, last time it was 6, this time I'm betting on 7-inch. What Emma was referring to was how many fights Kevin will have before lunch break ended. Last week, in the span of an hour, he was challenged a whopping 6 times. This time, Emma bet that he would be challenged 7 times. Having learned her lesson, she naturally did not bet any money. Stretching her arms upwards, Emma yawned. Man, watching Kevin fight is always entertaining, don't you agree? Yes. Amanda nodded her head. With how good Kevin was, watching his fight was both entertaining and enlightening. There was much to learn from him. This was why it usually attracted a lot of people. Just the way he moves and how he fights, you never get bored of it. Especially since he always holds back. Kind of feel bad for his opponents. Clenching her fists, Emma's eyes became bright. Still, I'm not planning on getting left behind. Burping out loud and casually tossing the drink in her hand, Emma recalled something. Burp, right, that guy is also fighting. Ren. Yeah, him. At the mention of Ren's name, Amanda's interest peaked a little. She had already seen him fight once before, back in the afterparty. Despite only having seen a fraction of his true abilities, Amanda never forgot that moment. Will he use the sword art or skill from back at the afterparty? The fast one. All she remembered was a blur. However, it left a deep impression on her. It was so fast that even Elijah wasn't able to catch a glimpse of it. Was he going to use the skill or art he used to beat Elijah back then? Amanda wanted to know. Who was his opponent again? With her arms crossed, Emma frowned. She had no idea who Ren was fighting. After a while, she shook her head and gave up. I can't seem to remember his name. Do you know anything about him? No, not really, from what I've heard. His rank is in the top 50, so he shouldn't be too bad. Top 50? Yeah, I'm actually curious at how strong that Ren is. What about you? Mid-sentence, Emma coughed and corrected herself. Amanda's reply was short and curt. Yeah, I guess so. This fight seems to be attracting a lot of people. Expecting such a response, Emma looked around. Noticing something, she pointed towards her left. Hey look, Amanda. Jin's here too. I guess he too is interested in the fight. Sitting a few rows next to them, Jin had his arms crossed. His full attention was towards the arena grounds. Neither Arnold nor Troy sat next to him. It was apparent that he had come here with the intention of observing the fights. Curious, Emma looked at Amanda and asked, do you think he's here for Ren's or Kevin's fight? Without hesitation, Amanda replied, Ren. What makes you think so? He wasn't here last time when Kevin fought. Oh, now that you've mentioned it, you're right. Emma did not see Jin ever spectating any of Kevin's matches before. Unless he had a change of heart, he came here to watch Ren fight. But, why would he watch Ren instead of K-? Hua. Cutting Emma mid-sentence were the loud cheers coming from the arena grounds. Two youths appeared on the stage below. Oh, the fight is about to start. It looks like Ren's first. By the time I arrived at Section G, the news of my upcoming challenge had spread throughout the academy. This was to be expected. Given that I was challenged publicly, the news was bound to spread quickly. Despite it being lunchtime, the arena was bustling with people. Even more shocking was the number of reporters present at the scene. Coincidentally, right before entering the arena, I was able to hear a nearby reporter talking. Shocking news, it is being reported that right now student Kevin Voss and Ren Dover are being simultaneously challenged to a duel. Their opponents are. Sigh. Listening to the reporter, I shook my head and sighed. With Kevin being challenged every day, it was only natural that they were present. After all, every guild out there was salivating to know more about Kevin and his unrivaled talent. Now that the opportunity presented itself, they were all itching to know more about me. Ren Dover, the next prodigy, blah, blah, blah. For the past few days, that's all I had been seeing on the papers and on the TV. Although it may not seem like much, for humans, another prodigy popping up was something worth celebrating. The stronger humanity was, the safer they were. Such attention was natural. Suddenly, as I was making my way towards the entrance of the arena grounds, I was stopped by a man in black. A lock emblem was sewed on his right pocket. Frowning, I pointed at my uniform. I'm wearing a student uniform, can't you see? Haha, it's not that. It's better if you don't go that way. Why's that? The man took out his watch and played a clip. More specifically, a live camera view of the entrance of the arena. Take a look for yourself. TSS. Hissing, I secretly wiped the cold sweat that had accumulated on my forehead. In the video, tons of reporters waited with their microphones in their hands. Some used their phones too. They resembled hungry wolves waiting for their prey. Where should I go? Here, this path was specifically made for these kinds of reasons. Taking a step to the side, the man opened a small door. Ah, I see. Thank you. Thanking the man, I entered the door. Sure enough, after walking through a long narrow corridor, I arrived before the changing rooms unobstructed. Clank. Entering the changing room, I soon spotted Kevin. Turning around and sensing my presence, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Fancy seeing you here, Ren. This is what you get for gloating at someone else's misfortune. Sitting down and taking out my training uniform, I quickly got changed. I was prepared for it though. Putting on my shorts, I paused slightly and looked at Kevin. Actually, what's the point of you agreeing to every fight? They are good practice dummies. Rolling my eyes, I retorted, stupid, if you want proper training dummies just practice with the VR machines. The VR machine had a special function that allowed people to fight against virtual models of well-known heroes. Though it could not replicate their fighting experience in full, they were much better than the students Kevin was fighting. They were cannon fodder after all. It's just not the same. How so? Because the feeling is not the same. Hearing his response, I once again rolled my eyes. I guess that 1% really bothers him. Stretching my neck, I stood up. Well, you do you. I'm not planning on wasting my day endlessly fighting opponents. My goal was simple. Crush my opponent thoroughly. Use him as an example and deter others from challenging me. Gene did the same, and things worked out well for him. Now no one dares to challenge him. I couldn't be like Kevin where I would endlessly waste my time fighting against a bunch of nobodies. I had other things to do after all. Good luck. Sure, I'll see you after the fight is over. All right. Clank. Exiting the training room, I quickly moved to the arena grounds. Asterisk. Arriving before the arena, my opponent, Horace, was already waiting for me. Looking up, I saw that the stands were filled with students. Everyone's attention was directed towards me. Seeing this scene, I clicked my tongue. TSK, who would have expected for such a day to come? It really was weird. From suddenly trying my everything to not stand out, to now being the center of everyone's attention. With his eyes locked on me, Horace chuckled. Hee hee, to think you actually accepted my challenge. Today I will prove to the whole school that you are just a phony. I will let them know who the true prod dash. Raising my hand, I irritably said, can you stop? What? What is it with you people always giving speeches before you fight? Like, do I look like someone who cares about what you have to say? With this not being an official match, there were no hosts nor speakers. Apart from me, no one else could understand what he was saying. Not like the others would actually care. Actually, there was someone else. The referee, though I doubt he cared. Before letting Horace continue his rant, I stared at the referee and said, Ref, can we get this fight started? Nodding his head, the referee raised his hand, are you guys ready? It seems like we were on the same page. Staring at me with burning eyes, Horace gnashed his teeth and nodded his head. I did too. Yes. Yes. Slashing his hand down, the referee shouted. You may begin. Boom. The ground shook and Horace disappeared from his spot. I stood still. Staring at Horace's figure that was quickly approaching me, I shook my head. Covering half of my face with my hand, my eyes slowly turned dull gray. The arena came to a standstill. The 1A/N, I'm sorry. I know. I repenting. The Author's POV. Chapter 200, Dominating Through Fear, 3. At this exact moment, an indescribable yet terrifying aura appeared on the tall stage. Everything stood at a standstill. Be it Horace, the referee, or the people in the stands. A cold chill traveled across the arena grounds. What is going on? Stopping midway, Horace felt as if his legs were made of lead. He couldn't move. Why, what have you done to me? The momentum that Horace had previously completely disappeared the moment Ren's eyes turned gray. As if an invisible hand had grasped his neck, Horace's speech stuttered and his eyes dilated. This was the first time he had ever felt such dread from someone. He could barely utter a word as his body convulsed slightly. Swaying left and right, Horace tried his best to remain standing. His heartbeat increased, his back was slowly getting drenched, his eyes dilated, and his breathing became rugged. He was suffocating. At this moment, in the eyes of the spectating students, Ren looked incomparably scary. With just one look, and his opponent could barely stand. Even the referee was affected as droplets of sweat appeared by the side of his head. Noticing that Horace was still standing, Ren took his hand off his face. His two eyes were revealed, and the pressure intensified. Right after the second eye was revealed, Horace's mind almost collapsed. He let out a sharp and pained cry. Ha dash. Ren ignored him. His dull gray eyes remained fixed on him. The more Horace looked into Ren's eyes, the more insignificant Horace felt. It felt as though he was a peasant looking at his king. How insolent of him. Kneel. Finally opening his mouth, Ren's hoarse yet cold voice echoed across the arena. Without even thinking, Horace's knees weakened. An indescribable look of terror appeared in his eyes as his body continued to move down slowly and carefully. He was afraid of angering the person before him. Slowly and carefully Horace placed both knees on the ground. As he knelt, he faced the ground the whole time. He did not dare look into Ren's eyes, nor did he care about how he looked at the moment. Right now, all he wanted to do was kneel down. Nothing else mattered to him. As long as he knelt he was going to be fine. Stop. The match is over. Recovering from his stupor, staring at Horace who was slowly kneeling on the ground, the referee raised his hand and ended the match. Instantly, the pressure alleviated and Ren's eyes returned to their usual deep blue color. Smiling as if nothing had ever happened, Ren nodded towards the referee. Gulp. Staring at Ren, the referee swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was currently a third year and his rank was D. He could be considered quite talented for his age. The reason he chose to be a referee was so that he could improve his CV for when he applied for a job once he graduated. However, at this moment, he almost regretted his choice. The moment Ren's eyes turned gray, even he couldn't help but be affected. To make matters worse, once Ren's voice rang in the arena, he had almost knelt as well. Had it not been for Ren holding back, who knew what could have happened? With everyone spectating and recording, this would have been extremely detrimental for his future. Gratefully looking at Ren, the referee announced. Student Rendover wins. Right after the referee announced the winner, silence prevailed over the surroundings. Ren did not seem to mind this as he leisurely turned around and made his way towards the tunnel that led to the arena. Like that, Ren's true show of might was revealed to the world. What was that? I don't know. Staring at the arena grounds below, Emma had a solemn expression on her face. At this moment, no one cheered. Everyone had the same question on their mind. What just happened? Emma was the same. All she saw was Ren's eyes turn dull gray before an indescribable chill washed over the arena grounds. Even though she couldn't directly feel what had happened, judging from the referee's change in expression as well as Ren's opponent's reaction, Ren had done something outrageous. With her body leaning forward, she muttered, "Was that a skill?" Possibly. But I don't know. Amanda shook her head. She did not know. She had originally thought that Ren was going to reveal the sword skill he had used back when he killed Elijah, but it seems like she was wrong. Whatever Ren had used, she had never seen such skill before. Then what do you think that was? I'm not sure. Because they were far from the actual arena grounds, they weren't fully aware of what had happened. Although they felt something, it wasn't strong. But it was enough for them to understand what Ren's opponent went through. Frowning, Emma looked at Ren's opponent, Horace. His complexion was currently extremely pale, and his eyes were blank. With a stretcher in tow, two medical staff came into the arena and placed Horace on it. Placing her hand on her chin, Emma asked, "You think he's going to be okay?" "I'm not sure." Amanda once again shook her head. She had no idea. "I think he went a little too hard on him. There is a chance that he might never recover from this. From the way I see things, the opponent might be scarred for life." Indeed. With a complicated expression on her face, Amanda agreed. Had this been a physical fight she might have been able to tell the extent of his opponent's injuries. However, from the very minute that the match had started, Ren had not moved from his spot. This meant one thing. Whatever Ren did, he had destroyed his opponent's mentality. This had something to do with the brain. One of the most delicate organs of the human system. If something really happened and the brain got damaged, No potion or modern technology could solve this issue. Both Emma and Amanda knew this. Once again staring at Horace, who was slowly being carried away from the arena grounds, Emma's and Amanda's expressions turned solemn. What would have happened if it was them? Would they have been able to resist whatever Ren had done? They did not know. After Horace was carried away from the arena grounds, a shadow cast over them as a figure left the arena stands. Jin's leaving. Walking towards the exit, Jin indifferently left the arena grounds. Apart from his brows being slightly knit, Jin seemed rather unfazed. No one knew what he was thinking. I guess he really came to look at Ren's fight. MHM. Oh, it's finally Kevin's turn. A minute after Jin left, Emma's eyes lit up as she saw Kevin enter the arena grounds. Enough time had passed since Ren's shocking scene, and most of the people in the stands had recovered from their previous shock. Emma and Amanda too. Standing up, they all cheered. Who a dash. Right after Ren's fight ended. Inside the tunnel that led towards the arena grounds, Kevin leaned against the side of the wall with his arms crossed. Spotting Ren's figure walking in his direction, Kevin smirked. You show off. No choice, unlike you I am not planning on treating everyone as my training dummy. Rolling my eyes, I shrugged my shoulders. Since I've said I was going to leave with a bang, I naturally did as I said. This little stunt of mine will cement my position as a prodigy, but that was part of my plan. I knew that I needed to adapt to the changes. After spending the last couple of days thinking, I had more or less come up with a rough outline of my future courses of action. In a way, though it had its disadvantages, standing out could help me achieve my goals faster. By the way, you didn't permanently hurt him, right? Nah, I held back. You held back? Well, yeah. My opponent was only F-ranked after all. Had I used my full power, he would have permanently been scarred. He would recover with a little bit of rest. I was not stupid enough to cripple someone. That would achieve the opposite of what I wanted. That's true. Nodding his head, Kevin agreed. He knew Ren wasn't stupid enough to permanently injure a student out of pettiness. Had he actually done that, he would have been in trouble. All right, good luck with your match, not that you need it. Wishing Kevin good luck, I headed to the changing room. You're right, I guess I don't. Pooh. Since when have you become so arrogant? Halting my footsteps, I spat on the ground. The Kevin that I knew would have never said such words. Who had corrupted him? I guess I've been spending too much time with the wrong people. I agree, don't hang out with Emma and Melissa. Hearing Kevin's statement, I nodded solemnly. Emma and Melissa were both bad influences for Kevin. He needed to spend less time with them or else he'll turn into an arrogant prick like the both of them. I was talking about you. I blinked a couple of times to make sure I wasn't hearing things. Who else would I be talking about? I literally spent a month with you in Imora. Yesterday too. If I'm getting influenced by someone, it's you. Piss off. After a short pause, I irritably waved my hand and turned around. The veins on the top of my head were bulging. This fucker. Me a bad influence? What was he on about? Not even in the slightest. Ha ha ha, I was just kidding. Laughing out loud, Kevin turned around and entered the arena. It was his turn.